Page 40. Yeah, that's much more readable. Let's see. Who called me? Says I missed a call from potential spam. Yeah. Okay, taking up where we left off to here, Parks and Recreation, the recommended increase is 44,000 for an increase in athletic programs and an additional athletic specialist position for 78.4 thousand. There is 61.4 thousand for the mid-year start of a site maintenance crew, almost 89,000 for escalating costs associated with ground maintenance, and 93,000 for the cost of equipment that's recommended for replacement. Also, one of the items we want you to consider additional tax rate funding to support would be a new maintenance program to improve the county's athletic field and facility maintenance program. And I say that includes both supplies, equipment, and some additional services.
Explain that a little bit for me, or does Aaron need to?
Aaron, can you?
No, I'm talking about Parks and Rec,
Oh.
Aaron.
Okay.
You can come on up to the front. I might have more questions. I'm at the parks a lot, so I know that there's certain needs.
Ultimately, this cost, it would be to help with certain pieces of equipment as well as softwares with some equipment. It would also help with staff where we won't have to mobilize, or we can mobilize ourselves instead of reaching out to operation services with everything that they have going on. But it's just a full array of, from equipment, trailers, field sprayers with GPS. It's just a lot of different things.
One of the things that the reason why this isn't just something that can use fund balance versus a recurring cost is it also encompasses some of this equipment. They've had success with kind of equipment as a service kind of lately that is almost decreasing the need for personnel because they're able to just like take one person, drop the equipment off, and it'll add lines, do top dressing, different kinds of things. So instead of paying for all the equipment up front, it's more like equipment with software with routine maintenance that recurs year after year at a lower cost. And then also some of this encompasses, the increased, the initiative to increase some of the recurring kind of operating costs associated with field maintenance, such as chemicals, operating, small operating tools and stuff that just has to be replaced every year.
So that's kind of important to have that extra 200,000. Is that what we're?
Yes, ma'am. We feel that it will be.
Okay, my thing is, I don't think we need the 2 additional library assistants, which is 114,000. So my feelings is that should go to Parks and Rec. And, because I know that there's a lot of things that, need to be done at the parks. that is not, the maintenance is not being done on a regular basis, which is putting us either conditionally further back in keeping our parks up, which is used a lot by our citizens, especially our children, and the programs that the Parks and Rec are doing. I can say that I'm at the park fields probably almost 4 or 5 nights out of the week at some field in this county. Not just travel ball, but county recreation is ongoing all the time. And to keep that up, the bathrooms up, the fields up, it's a lot of work. And without the money to maintain these parks and recs, we're just putting it on the back burner. And eventually we need to keep them maintained. So I say that we transfer that money to Parks and Rec, but that's just one vote.
Well, the thing is you have growth in both. And even though you don't have the parking in Southport, the growth is inherent for both venues. So you have one group that would be using the park, but you have other people that use the libraries. And so.
But we
Yes.
don't over need staff when we have 4 at Southport daily. And how many at Oak Island daily?
Well, I don't know. I'm just saying the librarian who's charged with that.
I'll have 4. Okay, but to me, that's a sufficient amount of people in a library. So,
Harbor and Barbie only have 4 staff members total. All other branches have 5, 6, or 6 total. Plus, I think the library and floats around as needed. As a whole, our libraries are understaffed compared to the public library standards in North Carolina. We do have a growing population, and in order to provide services and hours of operation, it requires staff to provide those services and those hours of operation.
I still say we're sufficient at this time. So my suggestion is that it go to Parks and Rec.
I have a question. Okay. Am I reading this correctly that the department request and the manager for repair and maintenance for grounds increased Parks and Rec budget by over $88,000 this year is recommended. For buildings, it was increased $5,500. And for vehicles, it was increased a little over $10,000. So is that correct that the recommendation, the request and the recommendation for Parks and Rec to improve ground maintenance is a little over $88,000 this year in the increase, which brings it to $250,000?
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct. But
And you're
Aaron's
asking for
request
an
is really for another 200,000
You're asking
above
for an
that.
Additional $200,000 in addition to the $88,000.
Yes, sir.
The park's in that bad a shape.
I think-
How often do you go to the parks?
I'm in and out of it, and it's where my recycling center is.
I know, but there's a big difference in taking care of those fields, soccer fields, baseball, football, senior, they have senior, programs. There's a lot of programs. If you ever go on the Parks and Rec and read their newsletter of what they are doing, it's massive.
So $88,000 increase, what kind of percentage is that over, I'm assuming that it was 161, and so that's a pretty substantial increase, is it not? And then we're looking at wanting to raise taxes to increase it another $200,000.
I'm not saying raise taxes. I said that we need to do away with those 2 positions.
But the manager's recommendation is to raise taxes.
Yes, sir. That's correct. This is one of the areas that the increased participation in our programs is really significantly increasing the needs for maintenance of the facilities. And this is one of the areas that inflation has
Mhm.
been disproportionately impactful upon the cost of the materials that are used for maintenance.
So we would, so the recommendation, if followed, would increase the maintenance budget for grounds to a little over $288,000 this year. If we went with the recommendation.
Yes,
Well, I
yes.
think that's also for
I see him
equipment
shaking
too,
his
right?
head. Why are you shaking your head?
So the increase in the repair and maintenance ground, sorry. The increase in the repair and maintenance grounds is specifically for things like irrigation repairs, seeding, riprap, herbicide, insecticides, paint, soil amendments, soil replacements, stuff like that. The 200,000 is will be like contract services for that equipment, kind of equipment as a service need, or an additional top dresser this year. Or let me see some of the other things that were removed. Let's see.
But I'm assuming the way in which you're asking it though, I'm assuming that this would be a reoccurring expense.
By and large, yes, sir.
So it would be $288,000 reoccurring each year for ground maintenance. And those things that you mentioned included
Correct.
in that category. Okay.
Yeah, we're in essence saying we think to maintain the facilities to the quality the public expects, that we're really a little more than $250,000 a year behind in what we should be spending.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I was clear on that because it looked like it, in percentage wise, if all the departments received a budget increase to that magnitude, it's unusual to see an additional request coming in. So, okay, I'm good.
Commissioner Williams?
Just one question, going back to something you said earlier, Aaron, is it my understanding that you're currently relying on operation services to do a lot of the things that would be covered in this?
Well, it's not that they really do it. It's that we just don't have like a trailer to be able to pull like the top dresser and a tractor. So we have to pull them to be able to pick that piece of equipment up, deliver it on site for staff to use it. And if we're on that turf management plan and with our parks as well as with the schools, we would have to reach back out to them to be able to pick that equipment up and deliver it to another site. If they have something going on, it could be depending on.
The third in line.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. On to general government debt service. There's a decrease of 0.4 million in current principal and interest just due to amortization. Limited obligation bonds may be issued to supplement the current reserves for the Health and Human Services and EOC building. Our estimate at this point would be this is budgeted as a transfer to the capital reserve in 2.3 million. Just as a fiscal note here, your debt service policy is that debt service would range between 10 and 13%, or not more than 10 to 13% of total expenditures. And the recommended budget debt service would only be 4.5%. So well below the target. Again, this is a recap of what we've just been through, that you're showing that as drafted, the recommended general fund budget would be $300,700,000. You have the breakdown here of the major components: salaries, fringe benefits, operating cost, capital outlay and debt service.
Steve, so this 300,750,000 is without any of the additional, it's what you're recommending today,
That-
not adding
That's
anything else?
correct.
Okay.
Then transfers to other funds, there's 10.8 million, either statutory requirements or contracted requirements to Brunswick County Schools. And then the potential for 2.3 million of planned debt service for the Health and Human Services EOC building that's currently under design.
Steve, just as a matter of, when are we breaking ground on the HHS building?
We aren't to the point we can give you groundbreaking there still in the design phase. We will probably within the next 90 days or so have the design phase locked up, and then that will be the point that they'll start to work with us to give us the guaranteed maximum price. So if I'm trying to, I would think by the fourth quarter of this year, we'd potentially be at a point that you'd actually have some shovels.
Seems lately, all of these big projects, for every week that clicks by, it's another $250,000. It just can't keep up. It's crazy. Thank you.
Well, it's again, some of the things going on in the national and global economy may ultimately affect how many dollars per square foot it costs to build this building. They've given us an estimate per square foot, but that's a long ways from me being able to say to you, this building's going to cost X million till we get to the point that they give us that guaranteed maximum price. And then it's locked at that, other than any changes we should direct beyond that point.
Are we gonna know the parking and the traffic pattern aspect when we do that at that point?
Yes, yes. Well, all the site planning and everything is included in that. The only thing that wouldn't be included in what comes from the contractor is, some of the IT stuff we do separately, and any new furniture and fixtures we would do separately, though we would budget for it. It just wouldn't be part of the contractor's cost. But we would try not to get in another situation whereby that we
Yeah, we know about that.
didn't have a budget appropriation for things we would need to go inside the building.
Painfully aware.
Okay, trying to make sure I didn't. Yeah, I think I pushed the button unintentionally. Okay. Other uses, we have a fund balance appropriation that is in there with regard to this backup that we provide for Holden Beach, but that really is a what I would call a paper transaction. And the recommended fund balance appropriation at this time is 6.7 million, which is in line with recent years' fund balance appropriations. And I think as a percentage of the budget, it's a little bit less than maybe the last couple.
Does that include the 1.2 million for Holden Beach, or is that separate? I guess is the 1.2 included in the 6.7? Okay, Aaron says no.
That's correct.
It's 8 million total.
Okay.
6.7 for comparability purposes, to going back a long time.
Okay, as far as support for employee retention and recruitment, our policy that's been in place for a dozen or more years is that we would use the December CPI to make our recommended adjustment for CPI. And this year, it was 3% at that time. And in the general fund, that's 2.8 million. In the enterprise fund, it's just under 500,000. This budget includes 2.75% for merit, and the range for merit raises as currently configured would be 1.75 to 3.75%. So in theory, the highest adjustment any employee could receive would be 6.75%, combining the two. And here you see the total budgetary impact for each fund.
I have a question on that one.
Yes, sir.
Go back to that just
Sure.
1 second. If, what was the CPI index? And I don't know if
It's
y'all would
three.
have that.
It's 3.
Well, I see the 3 as of December 24th. What was it November 24th?
I
And
thi-
what was it January 25?
I think it's, and I think it was
Does it
3%.
stay-
Rolling 12-month average,
What,
it's
so
about,
is-
it's about the same.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's the same. That's what it was for Social Security. I think it's 3%, or my,
So what particular amounts are you interested in?
November 24 and January 25.
January, so November of 24 compared to November of 23 was 2.75%.
Mm-hmm.
And then let me pull up what January looks like.
So we would save 0.25% if we use that.
Aaron, did you just say that was 2023? He's asking
That's
for 24.
That's 2024 compared to 2023. So
Oh,
12-month
okay.
rolling year over year. I'm pulling up January now. It was 3%, 3% plus a bunch of decimals.
Okay. Now, on the budget, of the merit of 2.75, what would those numbers look like if that was 2.50?
$250,000 less. So you're talking about 1/4%
I'm
less?
talking about out of the general fund and out of the
Yeah, it-
enterprise, all the way across the board, what?
1% in the general fund is about $1 million. So if you cut 1/4 of it, it'd be about $250,000.
250. Okay. All right.
I'm fine with cutting that so it'd come over, to be 6% instead of the 6.75 total.
I was looking for more than $250,000. Sorry. I was looking for a way to pay for all these additional requests. but-
Well, how much is that 75%? I mean, that 0.75, if we change that to 6 for the merit? A total overall merit range.
If you reduce the average from 2.75 to 2, and then move the scale from 1% to a max of 3%, instead of 1.75 to 3.75, probably about $750,000 in the general fund.
I'll say this. I am not a fan of cutting a budget on the backs of the employees.
I'm not
I-
either.
But
I'll
we're just
never
asking
support-
questions.
I'd never support that.
Me either.
Well, we're not cutting the 3%. We're just looking at the possibility of what is there.
It's not enough money, so move on.
And here's just the consolidation of the items that we've asked you to consider for a tax rate increase. And you see cumulatively, the ones that are what I would call pluses would take us from the current tax rate of 0.3420 to 0.3472. And then if you didn't support increasing the EMS rate to 250% of the Medicare rate, that would be another 0.0012. So the maximum amount we're asking you to consider would be 0.3484 if you didn't concur with the increase in the EMS rate. And if you do concur with that, then it's 0.0052.
I'm
So-
fine with the EMS rate. Leaving it as a rate increase.
Now say that again, because I'm kind of,
Okay,
Miss-
what we're saying here is your current rate is 0.3420. So the 5 items above the second bar amount to a 0.0052, so a half a penny increase in the rate. Should you not agree that we can increase the EMS rate by the 250%, then that would add another 0.0012 that we would need to generate that $400,000 in revenue.
And I was referring only to the EMS item and to increase the rate to the 250%.
I'm good with that as well.
Yeah, I'm not a problem with that.
you're talking about the,
Yes.
I know you're talking,
Increase this, then it's this. If you don't increase this to the 250.
so it's this one right here, the
Increase to-
4 paramedics.
No,
No,
no.
no.
This is the ambulance, going from 150% fee to a 250%
It's
fee.
in Medicaid,
And that'll
Medicare.
cover this.
Medicare.
So you don't have to, you're right, the Medicaid. So this would be eliminated. To approve these, you'll go to this.
In other words, the primary thing we're asking you to consider would be a tax rate increase of about half a penny. But that's not in this is not part of the recommended budget. This is something for you to
Additional.
consider that we think is high priority. But the recommended budget is balanced at 0.3420.
and you're pretty sure you can't go back through this budget and find $2 million to cut out of it.
Honestly, sir, as much as we've already cut, I think it would be very difficult to do that without having significant service level impacts. As I said, probably a couple hours ago at this point, we have a very healthy fund balance, and we certainly could fund another 2 million out of fund balance, but part of that might not be tied to non-recurring expense.
We've done that before, though.
Okay, and how much
Can't- you
COVID
can't
money
do
is
that.
left?
Yeah, we've done it in previous years. Going back, we pulled money out of the general. out
Oh,
of the-
I'm specifically referring to use fund balance for recurring costs.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, we've done it many years back, we did. So
You're not.
Not to my.
I think it
knowledge.
We have
predates
to-
anybody sitting here right now, but I think we've done
Yeah,
that.
we have to justify what our fund balance is and prove that they're tied to one-time costs.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Thompson, I missed your question.
Sure, the COVID funds, I know that we still have reserves in the COVID funds. How much does that amount to?
Okay, let me pull that up. Okay, so I'm going to break it down into two sections.
Sure.
The first part being what is remaining, as in was never allocated to a project
Okay.
at the time that we were initially approved, or was determined as something that we couldn't do. For example, the small business grants. It was determined that that's something that we cannot do. So I put that 750,000 still set aside, but it's in the undesignated fund. So
Okay.
of the undesignated amount, we have, and this is all ARP enabled, so it's basically county funds, so it can be spent without restrictions. But we have 3.2 million available. At today's board meeting, that will be reduced by about $600,000 for EMS radio replacements. So you're getting close to 2.6 million. Two other things that or three other things that we identified during the budget process that we were going to bring to you once we got to that stage for consideration of use of those funds was an air compressor for the fire departments, which is about $185,000. Replacement of the cardiac monitors in EMS, which has to be done about every 10 years. And we're getting close to that phase, and it's about a $2.4 million project.
Ooh.
And then Parks and Rec, they had an initial proposal brought to you early on in the ARP list consideration. And at that time, it was limited to parks that were in a qualified census tract. There is but now since it's ARP enabled and it doesn't have any restrictions, to be able to do the same kind of things we wanted to do to those parks in the qualified census tracts that weren't presented at that time, it's about $380,000. So all of that roughly absorbs most of that available. Granted, none of that has been brought before you other than the 600,000 at today's board meeting.
Okay.
So that's
Everything that you just went over, make sure I understand.
Okay.
The air compressor, the cardiacs, and the Parks and Rec,
Mhm.
that is that 2.6 that you're told me that we just had.
Correct. All of that together is actually about 2.9. There is some availability of things that when I go through the rest of this list of things that were set aside, that maybe we could potentially reallocate if it's not a priority anymore. And that's what I'm going to go through right now. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay, so right now, the stuff that is ARP enabled, again, this is all stuff we've diligently got this converted from, federal restricted funds to county funds. There was originally 650,000 for air purification for campus buildings. That right now, only about 10,000 of that's been appropriated. So there's 640,000 left of that. There is 28,000 left of the original 500,000 for cybersecurity improvements and audio video upgrades and that includes both utilities and governmental expenses. There is $50,000 that was originally set aside as personal protective equipment inventory. That's one of the one that at this point you could probably reappropriate and move how you wanted to. There is $64,000 that we originally had budgeted for administrative and reporting expenses. That since it is no longer ARP, you could reallocate that. There is 500,000 for a mobile medical outreach unit. There is 300,000 for portable shelters. There is 1.2 million for mobile command vehicle for the sheriff's office,
How much was that?
1.2 million. And then there's 250,000 for a community improvement program that was through planning. All of that together is an additional $3 million. And it has been those funds have been sitting there since 2020.
I'm just curious now why with those funds there that were just mentioned, why administration didn't come to us requesting these funds be used for that 1.950, 1.9 million.
Commissioner Thompson, the biggest single reason we didn't propose to reallocate some of those funds for this purpose is, again, as I said earlier, I feel I have a professional obligation to tell you if I think the funds we need to spend for recurring operations exceeds the revenue that your tax rate would support. And when 6 weeks ago, we had a number about twice this much, and we've worked with the departments and cut some more out of the expense side. And as I said, we have funds that we could find a way to cover this $2 million. But for the most part, this really is recurring expense. And whether it comes out of fund balance or reallocated ARPA funds or ARPA-enabled funds or wherever it comes from, the fact sort of still remains that it looks like to support operations going forward, the rate would need to be a little more than a half a penny higher than it is. But absolutely, if any of these sources, the board directs us to use them to cover these expenses, we will.
Share with me real quickly, because it's not finding it right off the top of my head, in my notes. Tell me again what the increase in revenues, general fund revenues were for this year over last year in our budget.
Just under 6%, I think.
So 16 million? Okay, so if we take and spend out of these funds here for reoccurring at 1.9 million, chances are good that we're gonna have $16 million in additional revenue next year over our projection by holding our budget at the same tax rate. In other words, I guess what I'm saying is we can pick up these reoccurring costs next year because of our growth, because of the increase in our general fund. So why not go ahead and cover it this year while we're saying that we can't because we're spending that $16.9 million on something else, whether it's going into the fund balance or wherever it's going. But next year we pick up the cost, this $2 million with the increase in the funding. Does the board understand where I'm talking about here?
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying, but you're asking spend money that hasn't come in yet. And
For next year.
if I close on a house later this year, you're not gonna realize that tax increase till basically the following year because of collections.
So there is, as Steve referred to it earlier, a paper accounting way to kind of handle that and develop that expectation for a lower budget next year to
Yeah.
build off of. One way to do that would be, just because this is y'all's decision, but just as an easy example, let's say we took the $1.2 million for the sheriff's office command bus and identified, maybe not 1.2 million, but, capital costs in their budget this year that are not recurring, that as in, like, I'm not talking about their
We talked about
replacement
that, too.
vehicles, but the 4 additional vehicles that are tied to the new positions. That's a new one-time cost that'll just get into the replacement cycle. So you could fund those added vehicles with the 1.2, lowering the sheriff's budget in preparation for next year. And then you add the recurring costs back to their budget. So ultimately, it's the same result,
Yeah,
but it's developing that expectation of we're going to have a lower baseline next year.
yeah.
Okay, but
Maybe-
getting back to this, if you did something like that 1.2 million for the command bus, would that be taken out of reserve or just go
Correct.
away? Okay,
would go
because it'd be
away.
non-reoccurring. Okay.
And that's where I was going to go back on slide 44. You said this year's fund balance appropriation for non-recurring is 6.7 million, and that's a little lower as a percentage of the budget than it was past year. Is that what I think I heard somebody
As a
say?
percentage of the
And-
budget, correct?
And I guess so my question's going back to what Commissioner Thompson's talking about is I'm hesitant to use fund balance for recurring expenses. I really don't want to do that. That's just, but are there $1.9 million in non-recurring expenses in this budget that are not currently funded by fund balance?
I would have to do some digging, but it's pretty close to the fund balance we're at right now. So like and that's including things like the sheriff's office replacement vehicles as non-recurring to meet our fund balance appropriation levels. So like if you take the summary sheet of vehicles, equipment and improvement, if you add all of that together, I think it's around $5 million. And then we take our transfer for the EOC building, that comes to about, I think that was around 2 million. So you've got some wiggle room where we could increase it if you add those two, but then that transfer goes away next year and you're back to just looking at your equipment, vehicles and improvements.
Can you bring that back to us and see if that'll
Absolutely.
fit in with this? I mean, that way we.
Sure.
Not that you have lunch plans or anything.
Yeah.
No, I understand, yeah.
It doesn't have to be today, because I mean.
I can have it to you today. That's,
Voting on this because I don't agree with everything in it,
I-
so.
I can have that back to you after lunch. I keep up with it because it's, like I said earlier, it's something that's important. If we start using, we don't want to
Yeah.
use recurring or non-recurring funds for recurring stuff. So I'm close. I just want to,
My whole goal in this is that the manager is coming to me with an additional request that would raise taxes for $2 million in requests. I'm just wondering if we've got money out there to cover those 2 million, ever how we have to move it around in the general budget to make it work out. And if, with dollars that we already have by covering things that are non-reoccurring, and then moving those funds to reoccurring and balancing out our budget as it stands today. Is what I'm looking for. And
absolutely.
still being able to provide all of these requested items.
I'm an accountant, so inherently I'm conservative
Sure.
on wanting to give you numbers that are really aggressive.
And I like that.
And we
about you,
appreciate
by the
that.
way.
We appreciate that.
Yeah.
But one thing too that, that I shared with Steve that we're trying to be cautious on is the sales tax growth it's still there, but it's not 7-8% like it's been the last 4 or 5 years. It's 1 or 2%. And then like some of our other development driven, the revenues, they're not dipping, but we don't have the benefit of increasing revenues. So I do predict that though our ad valorem will continue to grow based on things that are already in the pipeline, some of these other things that are supplementing our lower tax rate might not be as aggressive in the years to come. And perfect evidence of that is our $500,000 cut to investment earnings. If they don't there's two, maybe even three cuts just through fiscal year, the end, or the end of calendar year 25 that are predicted. Those change every quarter or whenever they do their dot charts, but, you know, 1 or 0.25% could drastically impact that. We've kind of absorbed some of that. I mean, investment earnings have increased tenfold over the last few years, but they're starting to stabilize. All that to say, our growth is still good, but it's not what I'm not predicting it to be what it's been. If that helps. And one of the reasons we were looking at keeping the fund balance, you know, relatively
And
close.
we're looking to slow
And
down.
the sort of intangible on this, and don't think I'm predicting gloom and doom, because that's not what I'm saying. But between threats to revenues and potential cost increases, the uncertainty is greater than any time in the 25 years I've been here. When the Great Recession hit, it was bad, but we sort of knew it was going to be bad. Now, I mean, there's a high degree of uncertainty as to what's both going to happen to the national and international economy, and the dual issue that federal funds that either come directly to us or federal funds that come to the state may really be very substantially reduced. And if those things happen, what seems to be a really healthy fund balance could become tip money, honestly. I mean, there are some real major uncertainty sitting out there that it's going to be well into this fiscal year before I think we're going to have a good handle on what may happen going forward.
And I think we address that as it does come forward. But I think this is something that sounds like we could work out currently and move forward.
Can you tell me a couple of things here? What is the $500,000 for the mobile medical outreach, whatever that is, and also the portable shelters? Because I know that one time, you know, I addressed an issue regarding shelters, but we evidently had acquired them. So we do have them, but can you give me some insight on those two things, what they are?
I'll defer to David on the mobile medical unit, if that's okay. But the 300,000 was associated with, what you're referring to.
Right. But we have them, so we're okay then.
We do. Okay. So then that's 300,000 that we can.
Yeah,
allocate
'cause
to something else.
We were trying to get some shelters for personnel when we were doing an event.
Mhm.
And evidently we've got them because we set them up out there at the EOC, and I was able to go through them and everything. So we have them. They're basically tents is what they are.
Yeah, this 300,000 was, if I remember correctly, because I believe it was like air conditioned, had tent bathrooms, had tent, it was the whole.
What we've got is got air conditioners, don't we, David? Yes, we've got it now. Yeah.
Where did that come from?
The current tent system that we have, it was here without
Okay.
it's, but it meets the intent. I'm not sure if it was just a knowledge issue back when all this was going on, these allocations were before my time. But, we have those tents currently. So I would say that 300.
Yeah, that at one time, and there was a disconnect as to whether we had it or didn't have it. And my understanding was we didn't have it. So we're trying to get them in there so we could have it, so that when we had we had the tornado over there at, on the south end, we didn't have any place for people to be able to get it out of the weather. But we now got the stuff, but the thing is, it was still in there as a budget allocation.
Yeah, all of that was just tied to that original list of projects, and I tried to keep that what it was until I was told otherwise.
Well, if you find the reoccurring funds that for the 2.9, I mean, that still gives you, I mean, for the 1.9, that still gives you almost $1 million or a little over $1 million to go towards that command unit if that's what the board chooses to move forward on. So, it looks like to me there's enough money there to do both, to these items that are listed here by manipulating the budget, and then still have the money set aside for the command unit. If
Well,
that's,
and if the sheriff still needs a command unit.
Yeah.
From what I understand, that the one he had is in really good shape because they don't use it that often.
It's not
Um,
very big though. That's not.
I know, but we don't, it's not trying to be bigger and better than anything else. It doesn't serve its purpose.
No, that's not the point. The point is when you have an
You
event,
just said it was not big enough.
I'm trying to finish the sentence. When you have an event, you have a lot of people that you're having and they're making decisions. And so a lot of times you have no place for them to go.
Well, I think if it was that important, it would have been ordered. But I know that the other one is sufficient, but anyway,
Okay.
that's up to him to decide, but, we just
Yeah.
keep spending money over there.
that part I agree with. I mean, it should have been ordered some time ago, but that's.
We thought it had been ordered.
We found out Saturday afternoon that
Yeah.
it had not been ordered
Yeah.
yet.
Yeah,
No.
so.
So,
Can I get clarification on specifically what you want me to bring back to you?
Sure.
Is it just the, is it just,
utilization of the funds in the COVID that you listed out,
Hmm.
with the exception of the command unit money set aside, to see how close it comes to addressing all these and then divide that out in the budget. Bring out the non-reoccurring funds to reoccurring, to make that switch. with
okay,
what's in
so,
the budget.
so right now in, based on our discussion, the only thing that I've got that you are jointly okay with pulling out is the 300,000 for portable shelters.
I would say all of it with the exception of the money for the command vehicle.
So
What
the-
was the mobile medical thing, David?
That's never gonna happen.
Yes, sir. Early on, when the money was available, the mobile medical was to replace
said a
a
word yet.
current
I'm about
mobile
to.
medical unit that we already have.
Right.
I can tell you since that time, there's been some other trailer type assets that we were purchased because when all this was going on, it became very well, everybody knows like ambulances and other type of apparatus, fire trucks. It's been difficult to get that type of material. And so, so we got some other smaller type units in that staff has been using to make do. And I don't know that they don't actually like that better, the smaller units that we were able to get on with different grant funds. David Howard, who's in the room, so the other idea that we had looked at was potentially converting that into a dental operations here. And based on some last board meetings and inputs on that, I don't think the feasibility is there on that project yet with the numbers that they've been seeing.
Right.
So David, I don't know if you want to speak specifically to the dental unit or anything, but I say all that to say this. I don't know that there's any burning needs on behalf of the health department with that particular unit. So
I don't either.
Reading a piece of legislation. What was the topic?
plans to replace the mobile unit and the dental practice as a result, just what, are there any urgent needs to replace that mobile medical unit that we have?
No, so the older unit is no longer really feasible. The analysis and feasibility we did about around mobile dental unit turned out that we have a practice in the county seeing about 5,000 to 6,000 children on their patient panel, in addition to other providers taking care of a few other 1,000 children. What the sum result of that is that it wasn't feasible for the county to purchase a unit and try to run a unit ourselves. Those units are running $700,000 to $850,000 right now. I've priced those out. Even buying a used one would make it very difficult to pay a dentist and make that program feasible for ourselves. So my plan going forward is to renegotiate to some degree the contract with our neighbor and ask them to see more children. One thing I did notice is that their capacity to see children in the county is pretty significant, but they're not seeing as many children and doing as many visits as I think they could be. They consistently have missed a couple of elementary schools in terms of getting there in the past few years. So I'm going to encourage them to give them some expectations around getting to every elementary school, seeing more children. Also, in addition to that, our department, our health educator, is going to do some marketing of the program for them within the schools, make it easier for the kids to sign their children up to get to the unit and receive the services. That's good for us because the financial commitment to getting a unit, even a used one or repurposing something, is significant. As you know, taking care of a dentist and a couple of assistants is quite expensive. So if we don't have the revenue, I don't want to get into that ourselves at this point in time.
So back to the unit, no immediate need on the health side.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you, Dave.
There is, I will mention that in terms of mobile potential, I think there's still potential. As you know, we run 3 WIC sites, one in Charlotte, one in Leland, as well as here in Bolivia. And I think there's some desire among the county residents, especially out in their more rural areas, for us to be there with some type of a mobile unit, but much less expensive than what we're looking at in terms of a motorized unit or a large 53-foot trailer.
But we could probably use a trailer type thing.
Yeah, so it could be a very a basic service where WIC could use it, our clinic could use it for quick assessments, things like that.
Cool. So do you have your,
So take the 500,000 out.
Yeah.
everything, I would say everything that you listed off a while ago, the
Air
640, 20, no, leave the air alone, leave the cardiac alone, leave all that alone. But then you mentioned the 640, the 28,000, the 50,000, the 64,000.
500.
500, the 300, and 250, and that's leaving the command unit out.
Okay.
So if
So-
you use those numbers, then come back to us with something.
So use those for non-recurring
Yeah.
expenses.
Yes.
And then you also want me to make sure that we have enough non-recurring expenses to offset an increase in fund balance.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll do all that.
Yeah.
It won't, I'll have it for you when we get back. The
That-
only thing to consider is when I take all of these out to pay with COVID, it reduces what we have to pay with fund balance. So I'm just,
Sure.
I'll do my best to have all that,
I'm with,
but
I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
I've been
I'm-
very quiet for over 2.5 hours here. I couldn't disagree with Pat and Randy anymore. This is a half a penny increase. We have 175,000 people and growing. This is my 9th budget, and all we keep doing is kicking the can. It's always about lower the tax rate, lower the tax rate, lower the tax rate. And we have been incredible at keeping our tax rate at the 5th lowest in the state. There comes a point where you just have to bite the bullet. This is a half of a penny. For the average home in Brunswick County, this is $20 a year. That's what we're talking here. $20 a year for the average home. $50 for the $1 million home. I don't think we're breaking anybody's back. It's a lunch or less. I will never support cutting the budget on the backs of the employees. As you heard from Aaron and management, we're falling backwards. At the risk of being political instead of practical, we are falling backwards. Maintenance, services, there's been zero progress on any of our facilities, the parks and all of that, because all we concern ourselves with is cut, 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 cut. And now we're looking to take away from future necessary things where the money is sitting there and already appropriated to those things. And we're gonna say, nah, okay, never mind, we don't need those. We'll take it today. We're robbing from Peter to pay Paul, which we constantly do. This is the time where you just gotta say, hey, we've cut everything we could cut. We gotta do this 0.5%. I'm fine with it. I'm not looking to gut the COVID money just because it's there. So I disagree with stealing all this money from everybody else just to say, oh no, we still have the 5th lowest tax rate in the state. I'm
Go
done.
ahead.
You,
Go ahead.
well, I'll be happy to. First off, I'm not stealing from anything. As you've already heard, there's a number of items on this list that we either already have or we have found another way to go about delivering services from. So this money is just sitting there. And I will not raise the taxes of the citizens of Brunswick County when I have money that is wastefully sitting there, not being spent to put EMS personnel in the county, to give the sheriff the resources he needs to accomplish evidence preservation, providing and ensuring that we've got a good substantial buildup of our elections office. And still, all the things that the manager recommended in his budget, we're just talking about 5 areas outside of that. And to be able to utilize money that would be wasteful spending if we said, well, we've got all this money sitting over here, let's figure out a way to spend it. Well, the list of 5 things on my list right here that I'm seeing, they're pretty substantial things that this county needs. I'll give you that, or they wouldn't be being recommended by the manager. And there's a way to do it without raising a 0.5% tax. And so that's what I'm saying is what we ought to be looking at doing. And still we're able to fund items that were set aside that we've been now 4 or 5 years without purchasing, that we had the funds available and just sitting there. So yeah, so I'm beginning to wonder if if it was the right thing to do to allocate those monies. I do think that the things that you mentioned, I think the cardiac replacement, I think that's a great idea to go ahead and get that. The Parks and Rec issue that we need. Still, we've got a ton of money going into Parks and Rec, even with the increase in the general budget this year. And we're talking about an additional 200,000 there, plus the additional 380 coming out of the COVID money. So, I mean, that's a lot of money going into the parks this time around. And then the fire departments for the air compressor. So, I mean, I think it's worthwhile to at least look at the opportunity to utilize that COVID money that's sitting there, not being identified to be useful in areas that would eliminate the possibility of even discussing raising taxes for the citizens.
You
That's
realize
just-
those projects that are in the COVID money today are gonna come back. And then you're gonna have to go find money.
Well, they could.
And
Well, they could, but we've already heard that that's not the option that the public health wants to take. The 300,000 that was for the shelters, we understand we already got the shelters. We talked about the 500,000 for something just a minute ago, and I can't remember what that.
Mobile medical.
The
Mobile
mobile medical.
medical.
We
So,
already
I
got
mean, you know, so we've pretty much already gotten those things, and I'm assuming that the 28, the 50, and the 64, going down that list of small items, that we've already acquired some of that stuff somewhere, so that's leftover money. So I don't see where I'm not giving someone their project, other than that command unit. Yes, being in emergency response for as long as I have been, yeah, I can see the need for a new command unit and being able to. Now, I do think that we're going to get a very basic command unit for 1.2 million. I'm sure by the time the quotes actually
Right.
come in, that boys are gonna be about 2 million, but we'll
Mhm.
see. We'll wait and see. We might be able to pull some of this other funds here and there.
Where? When you're
Technology.
saving it from everything.
Well, I'm shaving it to make sure that we go by the manager's recommendation for what he would like to see. I mean, that's the only thing I'm doing.
And
I'm not,
I
you
believe
know-
we all know that by September, there's gonna be somebody at this podium asking for a budget amendment of some significant money. It's,
You know,
it's
I'm-
inevitable.
I'm just trying to prepare the citizens for what's coming down the road. You know, we don't know what the federal government's gonna come out with.
No, we don't.
So I don't know
What a
what
state.
Raleigh's gonna come
Right.
out with, but I do know what we better come out with here locally to address the fire service, to address our school systems. You know, we're looking at millions, and you're looking at some taxpayer increase going up to support schools, going up to support the fire service in this county. And so that's what's coming down the road. So anything that we can save today, I think that's the way to go. Save it today because it is coming tomorrow. We're gonna have to increase
I don't
taxes.
think there's any doubt we're getting unfunded mandates from the state.
No,
Can I say something? The thing is, I see it several places. Steve's coming in here and he says, I am trying to fit every single thing into this amount of money, period. We're gonna scream it, breeze it, do whatever we gotta do to make it work. I don't think that's the appropriate position. I think the appropriate position is to say, what does it take to run this county? Leadership's hard because you can go to a constituent and say, I tried to save your tax money. Well, you did, but it wasn't plausible because you knew that it wasn't gonna work. But it sounds good because people that don't dive into the weeds of it, they don't know any better. On the other hand, you've got where Mike Forte's coming with, he says, we need to raise it because the thing about it is we've been hit. This Biden administration has hurt us terribly at about 35% inflation. That has wrecked us. And the thing is, we've had that, not only that, it's gonna be the Fed's gonna cut stuff left and right, and then the state's gonna cut it, and they're gonna put it on the backs of all of us, so it's coming. Now, you can sit here and say, well, I tried to lower your taxes, but that's not realistic. But on the other side of it is, it's like I had that analogy of that Ford truck you buy. If you don't do the preventative maintenance, then you're gonna end up spending more money on down the road. I know that David McIntyre probably needs another employee. He won't say it, but I think he does need another one down there. But we're gonna try to figure out how to make it fit. My problem with that is you're gonna overload people. And then when you overload people, morale goes down, productivity goes down. And also you lose people. We've got people that we're losing in New Hanover County because they're spending who knows how much to be able to bring paramedics up to their county. I do see where we have that $500,000. We can take that away because we found a cheaper alternative that's going to work. And we know that we possibly can do that. That $300,000 for shelters, we don't need that. We can take that 1.2 million or whatever it becomes. We can take that out of non-reoccurring. We can do that. But I think the whole thing is we got to figure it out. And here's another thing. I looked at the budget where it was what, $6.5 million for the animal control facility, for crying out loud. We just did Ash Walk-em-off for 6.5 or whatever it cost out there. You can build another senior center for that cost. So if you can bring down that cost, still give them what they need, right there, you just covered what it is. So I think we're a little bit early in this, but I do want to see that, like you said, it's holistic, that we're able to do that. I'm not against that at all. I'm also not against trying to take the money from where it can be moved from non-reoccurring. We can do that as well. But I think it's a little early, but I am not going to be this kind of guy who says, well, I tried to save you money and I tried to bring your taxes down, or I tried to hold it down. I'm trying to run a county that is very expensive to run, that is explosively growing and does not have the money coming in to support it because the growth does not support what the cost is. And we're trying to make it all work. And trust me, if I knowing these people as I do for the past 10, 15 years, they'll do everything in their power to make it work. But it's up to us to try to say, we've got to run it a certain way so it's not going to hurt this thing on a long-going basis. And that's my whole perspective. So I think we're trying to figure out this movie halfway through it. That's just my point.
Commissioner Sykes?
Okay. Commissioner Forte said that we're the fifth lowest in the state with our tax rate. That's true. However, our tax values are very high. So where do we rate as far as the tax values of property? You know, if your house is 300,000 more than a house that's in, Sanford or somewhere else, then your tax needs to be low to offset it. Now, to me, there's stuff in the budget that's still not needed. I agree that with the sheriff's office, we need this evidence thing. I have not a problem with that. Where I have a problem, he's getting wanting 4 new detectives when he has how many vacancies? We haven't been told that. When I know there's quite a few over there, just change some of the positions that he has vacant. The other thing is the library. I think that needs to wait on hiring when we're thinking about relocating or moving libraries that are really not functionable because there's not any parking. Leland has almost no parking too, along with Southport. So why hire 2 new people when that doesn't need it? The other thing, I agree with Commissioner Thompson about the reallocation of the ARP money. That needs to change, and if we need to spend it on these things that are needed, then we need to move forward with it. I'm not for going up on taxes if we don't have to. But if we have to, yes, but from what I can see, we don't have to.
Commissioner Williams?
We've had a lot of comments up here, and I think everybody here up here is very passionate about what they're saying. I'll share a few of my thoughts. One, I do not support reducing the employees' merit or COLA pay. I think that's important. We've got to keep the top talent. With that said, what I would really like to see us do is in our fund balance, find enough things that we could use fund balance to cover non-recurring expenses to cover this. I'd like to see that list of these COVID ARPA projects because it was a lot covered very quickly. And if I see it on paper, I'll get a better grasp. And if something was allocated 3 years ago and hasn't been purchased, we absolutely should review it. I'm not going to commit to what I think should and should not come off of it, but I'd like to see that on paper. But, you know, that's something that, you know, those were our priorities then, and the world has changed 50 times since then. But I am committed to doing this at the same tax rate. So that's where I fall in. I mean, I think, you know, it's, you know, there's a lot of things happening here. And if we gave every department every single thing they asked for, our tax rate would be 10 points higher. And that's why the 5 of us are up here, because we're the ones that get the calls from the people who want to know why their tax rate went up. And one of the challenges that a lot of us have is we're not the only taxing authority in this county. I know my county tax bill went up a little bit after the last reval, but my town tax bill went up a whole lot.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, our fire fees are obviously maxed. So people are paying a lot more than they did a few years ago. And, you know, the 5 of us have to be the voice of the taxpayer in this. And obviously we have a lot of needs, but we need to try to do this as effectively and efficiently as possible. And I'm going to fall down on the side of keeping the tax rate where it is, but I would like to see if we can find those ways to use more fund balance to cover non-recurring expenses that are true non-recurring expenses.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of the reasons we have a big fund balance, so that some other counties only dream they have, is so we can pay for one-time expenses. You know, that's one thing. You look at our debt service and it's down, and that's because of that pay-as-we-go philosophy. And I think, you know, that's a sign that we're fiscally healthy, but I would rather use the fund balance to pay for some true one-time expenses than go up on taxes.
I did have one more thing, and I agree about the employee retention. I'm fine with all that. My question would be, does this include the new employees, the 12 that you have here? Is the new employees in that figure?
Yes, the recommended additional positions are in that number.
Thank you.
Yeah, if there's no further discussion, lunch is in the back. We'll take 30, be back at 12:30.
Test one, test two. Test one, test two. Test one, test two. Test one. Test one, test two.
Thank you. All righty, we all ready? Everybody's in position?
Assume the position.
Let's bring it back.
It's not here yet. Aaron,
Oh, Aaron disappeared.
yeah, we
See,
got,
I can barely see him. I see the top. I see his crown.
that's because of Marty's stuff over there.
That's all I see of him is from like.
I got the
here up.
high rises over here.
Yeah.
Here he comes. Nope.
Yeah, that wasn't him. You want to start it without him?
I can start it without him and I'll get really loud if I need him. Which I probably will.
All right, let's pick up where we left off.
Okay, okay, let me make,
See,
Yep. that's where we were. Okay, here we're gonna have the preliminary CIP for the general fund. Here's the document. The landfill closure, it looks like we're still about one more year away before one more fiscal year away before the major closure expenditures. And of course, we've been setting money aside for decades
Mhm.
preparing for this, so we should be in good shape to manage that. On the horizon, we still have a warehouse expansion. And with the lease agreement we've entered into with the schools, I think that can stay on the horizon for a while, though Commissioner Cook's point from earlier today, we may need at least to look at leasing some space in different locations to have us strategically placed a little better in the event of incidents that a central warehouse just may not be serviceable.
Gotcha.
A new building for operation services, which would replace the current building L and some others again out on the horizon. In culture and recreation, we're looking at design for Lockwood Folly, not next fiscal year, but in 27, and then construction in 28 and 29. Northwest District Park, design and planning in 29, construction in 2030.
Okay, hold on one second.
Yes, sir.
The Northwoods District Park, that's the one next to the fire department up there, on 74, 76?
That's the one almost across from the college.
Yeah, next to Estes Trucking there. Okay, just wanted to be sure. Okay, thank you.
Yes. Some sort of facility. I know there are different thoughts on it, but some sort of facility, or fairgrounds, on the horizon for the 211 North property. Renovations to Leland Park on the horizon. A Central Brunswick Library branch on the horizon. And initial planning for a Rourke expansion next year. But
Is that the one at Oak Island?
no, that's the one in Shallotte.
Shallotte,
We've,
okay.
we've expanded it twice in my career here, and it's the proverbial busting at the seams, very high activity growth there, and we're pretty much out of land there. But again, that's on the horizon.
I have a question for you, under recreation. We've been talking for years that Shalote Park need to be replaced, but I don't see any reference to that on this document.
This is based upon the priorities that were set in the master plan that the board approved
And
2 years ago.
There's nothing in the master plan about replacing the Shalote Park?
I think there is something in there, but it was further out.
Okay.
My concern with it is that, we don't have land. And if we're gonna do we can't build it back in that same location because it's too low. So we probably need to be looking at land for
We-
some of these situations.
We have actually, even before the master plan, did some preliminary scouting of sites for a Shalote replacement. And the land costs for the most part exceed what you would want to pay to build a new park. So we're gonna have some significant work to do there, but I would agree, you would not want to rebuild a new park or sink millions and millions in there unless somebody develops a technology to raise it about 8 feet.
We looked at, across from West Brunswick.
Well, it's my understanding that, you're not even able to do some modification work at Shalote Park in its current state. So with that being said, it looks like to me that that would be a priority to at least start looking and planning out and putting it in the preliminary CIP.
And we can put that, property on Holden Beach Road up for sale. The 130.
I thought it was up for sale.
No, we're waiting on the state.
I think you authorized us to see if the state was interested, and so far they apparently are not, but we'll touch bases some more. I know you're shocked.
There was
We,
one.
we can, we'll work with Aaron and look back a little more on where in the priorities, because I don't remember all those priorities from the master plan without having the document.
I know there's no parking at what Shalote has now. I mean, it's limited parking because I was out there not too long ago too.
Okay, then, the APS Adoption Center is currently, in the plan for this coming fiscal year at a shade over 7 million. EMS base project.
The APS bill. Why is this even in the plan when I think it was pretty universal? Nobody wants to build a puppy palace. Now, me personally, I'm willing to throw some money at it to expand what's already there. Well, I'm not doing the whole project.
This is well,
We get the RFIs back at all?
we don't, yes, they have gotten the design build back, but there are no numbers in this, and this is just a carry forward from the number you authorized for the CIP from
This-
last year.
This is just CIP. This would not
This
be in the
CIP
budget.
this is not an appropriation. This is just
Right.
a
Oh, I
planning
understand.
document. And this is the same number.
Is it help me out with this because it is in bold on here. Is 7 million set aside somewhere?
There is money set aside for this in the DHHS EOC building in undesignated reserves.
Okay,
It is not currently set aside for APS, but that is the plan.
but we do have the funds
Mhm.
up to 7.061.
Whatever's not
the-
set aside for this will go to the,
Okay.
VHS EOC building.
So if it comes in lower than this, then everybody's just.
I'm not, I don't support it at all, so that's just me, so.
Yeah, but then it doesn't, I don't know how this works. So if we're looking at spending potentially $7 million, would they not know that for the design build, that there would be around a $7 million budget, or at least guesstimate that it would be?
They really do more in design build. You work more from a programmatic aspect, and then you work on the money side of it, sort of on the back end. Well, the sheriff and his team are in here, but I've certainly shared with them that my sense was, while we went with a 7 million planning number, that the amount of resources that I thought the board might want to commit to the project were probably significantly less than that. So it's no surprise to them, and they've heard what you said before too.
Thank you.
Sure. We need a new EMS space in the Northeast. Begin the process this year and then, or the coming year, and then complete it by FY '27. Another one in the northwestern part of the county is going to be needed, and we're looking at planning in '29, construction in '30. And one other base in western Brunswick, and that's an identified additional need, but that's still on the horizon at this point.
Isn't that what the bay at the new senior center, the multipurpose building is for? I thought that was gonna buy us a bunch of years.
Well, this is on the horizon, but I think still for more of the southwestern side of the county, there's significant growth that's gonna occur. That's quite a bit of distance.
Have
And
you,
there's gonna be a lot, there's gonna be a population axis from Ash all the way to Carolina Shores. And I think this is anticipated we'll get to the point we're gonna need
Okay.
something else somewhere along that corridor.
have you discussed with Northwest, Navassa,
That's
about
right.
them putting in an additional, bay for an ambulance?
Yeah, that was shared from our fire fee committee meeting that they were open to
Yeah.
hosting a base at their location.
Okay, that had not made its way to me, but we'll
That
we'll
might
get,
save us a lot of money,
we'll
but the
get
thing
that
is,
put in the hopper.
yeah, he,
The building might have
Approached
been-
me Friday night at the fire.
yeah, talked to
Who's
me
the
earlier.
chief
too.
there now?
Donnie's.
Donnie
Donnie's,
He's still the
yeah.
chief.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mac Smith received it, and I don't know if, he may not have emailed it to you, but I saw him email it to someone, so it's somewhere in the hopper.
But that should save a lot of money. He's not charging anything for it, but I think he wants a couple things from the county, like a CAD for, computer, so they can see the readout or something like that, but maybe something with water, but there's some details.
All right, well, thank you for
Mhm.
sharing that.
Yeah.
Then a potential maritime center for the sheriff's office, Marine Patrol, that
needed
too
either.
is on the horizon.
Not my vote.
And the next pods of the detention center at about 8.25 million, and that too
Let me
is
ask
on the
you, if
horizon.
we did that, where? Where could you possibly put additional pods on a detention center?
There's a pre-planned area that's on the north side of where the most recent pod that was built, that should be able to handle it.
Guess you
As long
can't
as we
see
have
that.
a slanted roof.
I guess you can't see that from the roadway then. 'Cause I don't see any land there.
If I remember the pre-planning, it was a sort of inverse more to the northwest side of where that pod is, but again, without having the
Yeah. I understand.
schematic in front of me.
Yep,
uh,
okay.
But that would be it at that location. Then general government, we're looking at, something to the order of for the DHHS building, total of around $70 million. I say we're not at the point that we have a guaranteed maximum price, and we've actually asked them to, at this purpose and design, to build in what would essentially be a vacant floor, because we think we could build some space cheaper now than we could do another building later. But again, that's going to be completely an option, and in part, our recommendation is going to be dependent upon where the actual price would come in for that. And then would have some restructuring in the other buildings, we think, in FY27 to reconfigure some of the space that's gonna be vacated. Except for building A, which I still think it's our intent that we would recommend that it be demolished. But we want to keep building B to repurpose it instead of taking it down. And so there are your totals from here to the horizon.
Not bad, all we need is $110 million.
That's still less than school.
It's true.
I mentioned, I ask, again, a current number, I don't even know what it's gonna be 6 months from now, but $620 a square foot is what our design team thinks is the cost in the current environment. So you have the planned ways we're gonna fund this. Of course, the majority really out of capital reserves, some limited debt proceeds, possible grants, and some to be determined, and quite a bit of pay-go. You say here, and of course, as other resources become available, we're always looking for other opportunities to fund major capital. Any questions about this before we move on? All right, schools capital. Mr. Chairman, would this be a point we could break and let the sheriff's office do their
Absolutely.
presentation? We're in the time frame we told
Everybody-
them to expect.
Everybody good with that? I'm fine with it. Yeah. Okay, bring them up. Good afternoon.
Good
Good
afternoon. How are y'all doing?
Hanging in there.
I know it's been a long weekend.
Yeah.
Long weekend, yeah. Well, good afternoon. Hopefully won't take up too much of your time because I know you got a lot on your schedule today. The big thing we want to talk about today was something that was up for consideration with a potential tax increase with regard to our digital evidence and media storage. It is currently in the budget slated for about $500,000 for the first year. But you'll see as part of your presentation that I believe already you covered this morning. There is a request to be able to increase that, to be able to get everything that the sheriff needs in terms of overhauling our digital evidence management systems. So with me, I have here IT Director Robert Benya to give you a little bit more insight, more detail about what that request means and how it will help us kind of come into the 21st century where we've been kind of piecemealing and trying to make the most of our resources as we have over the past several years. So, opinion.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, hello again, Rob.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on a key component of our budget, which was the body worn camera, in-car camera systems, and digital evidence storage solution overhaul. We've been working closely with county finance to align this initiative with our budget goals. These tools are essential for modern law enforcement, improving transparency, protecting deputies, and streamlining casework through reliable digital evidence storage. Originally, we were focusing on Axon, who are the industry standard, but that comes at a cost, which was around $800,000 per year. Recently, however, Motorola presented a competitive alternative offering similar functionality, including body cameras, in-car cameras, digital evidence, very comparable to Axon, but at a lower price. They've offered us a $1.2 million discount. We've been with them. That's who we currently are using for our body cameras and in-car camera systems. But I want to be clear, this offer was just presented to us. In the past, they have not offered any kind of solutions for that. So we are actively vetting that. This is all coming from a salesperson. We'll see it work before I would commit to anything. We're sharing this update, and just like I said, not as a final decision, but more as we are actively seeking and trying to meet the fiscal goals of the county while also finding a solution that we need to be able to overhaul our systems that is desperately needed. We just had a hard drive fail with some very critical data on it that we're having to reach out to some other agencies to try to help us recover. So the need is very high for a reliable solution, which we currently do not have, especially for the digital evidence storage. The body cameras, that's all expected now. It's not even, I wouldn't even consider it an option. The community expects it for transparency. It helps us out every day. So hope you continue support on that and be happy to answer any questions.
Maybe you can help, I've got one. Okay, maybe you can help us out, because the budget showed 750,000 for this item, but he just mentioned something about a $1.2 million savings. How does all that mix in? Are we still talking 700?
It's a 5-year agreement. So that 1.2, I would assume, is over all 5 years.
Yes, sir.
So we're still talking 750,000.
I don't have the updated numbers. That's why I
So
haven't heard that.
Motorola, when I say just presented this, I mean, we initially had talked about numbers was back in January at the goals workshop. They, a week and a half ago, reached out. So we've been trying to get those numbers, but the initial one, I don't know where 750 came from, because the initial Axon was 800. And this could potentially, because again, we're vetting it now, drop that price down to 500.
Okay, so whenever you do your numbers coming back to us, can you get the true up number, which I'm sure you're going to, get the true up numbers to come back to us? That may save some more of that money that's sitting in the pot.
And I would say, honestly, you're looking at probably a good month to fully evaluate the system. There's a lot of moving parts to that. We're waiting for Motorola to set up demo accounts, but it's a big solution with a lot of things to cover, and we need to make sure it's 100% what we need and meets all of our requirements and goals.
I don't expect you to say it because I know you're still under negotiations, but can you tell me so I can consider it in the whole picture we're looking at, what potential the difference would be between your current Axon solution and what Motorola's proposing?
800 would be Axon and 500 would be Motorola. So
Okay.
300,000.
Okay.
That's a year per year.
Okay.
Cool.
So we're trying.
So the 500 is in there. It would be if that doesn't meet their needs.
Okay. Answer my question.
What else you got?
That was the biggie, but we're here to answer any other questions you might have of the budget that's been presented, or, but we just want to kind of touch on that because it is part of a consideration for a potential tax increase. And we just wanted to show how it aligned with not only the sheriff's first and main goal, but also how it aligns with yours, with the goal of excellent government and being able to make our digital evidence and media management as efficient and streamlined as possible, and compliance with what the AOC needs for cases that need to go to trial, that sort of thing.
Did we want to ask about the command
About
bus?
to.
Okay, go right here.
Robert, you and I spoke about it both Saturday and yesterday at the
Yes, sir.
fire event. The command bus,
Yes, sir.
where we at with that? 'Cause we
Initially,
talked about it this morning. Yep, here he comes. Understood.
Both went.
So as far as the, good afternoon, sorry.
Afternoon.
As far as the command bus, that was started before me as sheriff. I don't remember the year that ARPA funds came in. Based off, the reason it was not, I made the decision last year, so this is totally on me. I made the decision last year not to do the command bus because of the cuts that were needed to be made, that we were discussing with the county, the personnel, we had to make cuts. I didn't feel it was appropriate with everything that we had to cut and the questions that we were getting about certain things. So I put it off. In this room, at some point, it was mentioned that that money was gonna be, and I may have misunderstood, the money was gonna be looked at and then submissions were gonna be taken to reallocate those funds. That's what I recall. So if I'm 100% mistaken, then I will eat that totally. And if you guys want us to move forward, we will move forward ASAP.
I will tell you that that did come up to reallocate the money, but I think we all concurred not to do that and to leave that money there for you for the command bus.
But the question is, the command post could cost a lot more, and if so, we're not sure of the situation. So my question was, I didn't think that the command post that you have, it's not big enough, is what Marty said, but I think it's sufficient enough for the needs because you don't use it that often. However, buying a new one, if you're not gonna use it, we could use it to purchase this evidence stuff that y'all want,
So,
to move forward with, which they put here 750,000.
so if I'm correct, the funds that were initially earmarked was 1.2.
Correct.
We got an good estimate back in November of last year, July, sorry, of 1.5, which would cover everything that we need.
Equipment and everything.
Yes, ma'am.
This is with the bells and whistles that will
This is
be-
everything that we need. This was yes.
And when would the price go up if you didn't go ahead and order it? Did they give you if they give you an estimate of 1.5 for the command bus, when did that expire, that?
I feel
price?
pretty confident we would have to go in and get a new quote.
Okay.
Could it mean we would have to cut some stuff? We would look at that and see what, until we reach out again, I really don't have an answer for you on that. But we're more than happy to reach out. They have the specs that we did. They've got it. So we can start reaching out and get a new concrete number to get to the board as quick as possible.
Good. That sounds good.
If you want a command bus, you need to move forward as soon as possible because we need to do something with this money instead of just sitting there.
Yeah.
Because we can use it somewhere else.
Absolutely. We'll get on that this afternoon. We'll start making phone calls.
Any questions for the sheriff?
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you all so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, now we'll go to the schools capital plan. These are the different categories, the technology projects, the AstroTurf replacement set aside, the roofing projects, are the items here that are in the scheduled years and in these amounts. And then there are a number of items here that are in the out years. And do you have questions?
The roofing projects, are they just replacing roofs? Or are they, is this because all these roofs leak? Are they all flat, or is this because?
I
of
think
the-
it's primarily roof maintenance projects.
Okay,
What is it we get? Correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm willing to bet I am. We get roughly about 1.2 million a year from the lottery.
It changes. Sometimes it's
Yeah,
800.4. We've been consistently budgeting around 1 million. Because whatever they give us, it actually comes to the county. It accumulates, and then we do a draw for specific purposes that the schools want to do. The last few years, we've been pulling an average of about $1 million to keep that level consistent.
Burke County. I got good friends in Burke County. But last year, they got $64.5 million from the lottery. When we get $1 million. Something wrong with that picture, being a tier 3.
I'd have to look, but I'm just curious if some of that was a grant from lottery proceeds.
They got 45.5 million for a school,
Mhm.
and then they got some 18, almost 19 million for something else.
So we got what, 1.5?
One.
One, okay.
800 or one.
You said Burke County?
Yes, Burke.
The speaker of the house is their county.
Yeah,
clerk.
yeah, but he wasn't then. They
Yes,
got that
now.
last year.
It's now,
Uh,
him and, Caldwell and Burke.
But if it's a grant, it's a totally different ballgame too. If it's a, lottery grant. So it depends. Have we ever applied for a lottery grant?
Yes,
Okay,
we haven't. The last couple, we haven't been awarded.
And that's
See.
tier 3, we're not getting diddly.
right. So that's,
Same old refrain.
okay.
Plus, I will say Burke County does have a very, very strong county manager with a good CPA background, so. Matter of fact, I think he's even worked with our finance director before. So,
Okay. Moving on.
Okay, you see mostly prior period expenditures here. And the thing probably that jumps out most at this page is in FY 27, they're proposing another almost $303 million of new bond issue projects.
When does the 2016 bond wrap up as far as expenditures? Are we getting close to that?
I am trying to spend it as fast as I possibly can. Every day that goes by, we're faced with arbitrage, like, so basically we're losing interest. So we're coming up with creative ways whenever the schools send us invoices, kind of doing some switcheroos on reserve funding versus bond funding. We're spending it as fast as we possibly can, but it's just limited by what the schools give us. So I'm hoping by the end of this calendar year, but I don't know.
And
so
do we
that'll
have,
go up for a vote in 26.
do we have a list of what they would propose to include in that bond package? If they,
That is specifically vague on here because I don't have it, and I think
Okay.
they're still discussing it. They've tossed some ideas around, but every time we have a different discussion, it's different on what their priorities are.
The new high school up in the north end is about 240 million for the one school. That's without the dirt, if I'm right.
I think
They don't have the land. for it.
So the 7 million, and the reason that looks slightly odd is they have advance funded a few things, trying to purchase some land. So because of the uncertainty of how the potential bond proceeds will happen, we're using their reserves for that in the meantime. But if the bond does pass, if the referendum does pass, we will refund it. But that 7 million is for land purchase for the north, for schools in the north end of the county.
Mhm.
And then that is one of their priorities that I believe they, it's obvious through their efforts to purchase land.
I will tell you guys this, that in the liaison meeting that we had with them, by 2030, 14 of our 19 schools will be well over 100% capacity. So even if we had this money today, we're gonna be a problem in 4 years, because they couldn't build that quick. Okay, moving on.
Okay, you see there at the bottom of the page, the sources to fund all these capital projects. And of course, some of it's the mandated sales tax, but the biggest item sitting there, of course, is FY 27 and their estimated bond needs of $302,778,784. We're good with the schools?
I am.
Yeah.
I'm not on the school board. They tell us what they need and we figure it out.
So I'm gonna give you the disclaimer that this was very quick, but I've got the numbers that I'll go back and double check, but what you requested to come back. So right now, our appropriated fund balance recommendation is about $7.9 million. That is made up of capital, mainly vehicles, is 2.3 million. Capital of equipment and other type improvements of about 2.9 million. Contract services for things like the market study, pictometry, which is our periodic aerial flyover that's used by tax that only comes about like every 2 or 3 years. And then the contract services for appraisal companies doing stuff for the industrial and commercial, that adds up to about 550,000. Some major operating, which I specifically did the non-recurring or the additional requests, not replacement requests of small things like tools that, have to be replaced about every year. It's about 115,000. Capital to the community college, it's about 595,000. About 200,000 in economic development for reserve for shoreline protection and dredging. And then the 1.2 million for Holden Beach. All that adds up to 7.9 million. So it kind of levels out. There is one additional thing that we could add to that this year, but I hesitate to do it because it won't be non-recurring next year. So we've got a $2.3 million transfer to the reserve for the DHHS EOC building that will be offset by debt service in the future for whatever debt we have to issue. Technically, it is a one-time expense this year, but next year it will not be when it's converted to debt.
Gotcha.
So with all of that, if we need to put the 2.3 million calculated with that, we've really got 10.2 this year that we could say is one-time costs. If we wanted to dip into the ARP, the specific categories that you pointed out earlier, so everything existing other than the 1.2 for the command bus, it's 1.8. I would subtract 390,000 from that to complete that list of the other things we discussed earlier that are the Parks and Rec, the cardiac monitors, all that stuff, just to fully fund those things that we were looking at was as ARP enabled. So you've got about 1.4 left over. I have identified $1.6 million of capital that are that we could use to fund some of that with, that I would say is truly one time, not gonna be filled in by something else next year, that we could reduce our capital budgets by with using this truly one-time ARP funds. And that's gonna be a good example is the sheriff's office. This isn't the replacement vehicles, it's the additional vehicles for the new people. It's not the replacement ambulances, it's the additional ambulance, stuff like that. So if you wanted to use those funds to offset, we could do that as an alternative to increasing your fund balance appropriation.
Cool.
Did that get you what you needed?
It did me. I hope.
That I
Did
could
Fran
probably,
understand?
and
Well,
this was,
there was things there I didn't think we needed, so, I mean, I understand where you're saying the money's coming from, but I don't think we need positions in the sheriff's office when he's got so many vacancies. I mean, all we're doing is promoting people, for more positions. I don't even know how many detectives he had, and, so I can't see making more positions when we still got vacancies. It doesn't make sense to me. So, until vacancies are filled, I just don't see where we need new people.
Commissioner Sykes, I spoke to the sheriff during the break. He doesn't have any vacancies in detectives.
Well, I understand that, but he's got how many deputy vacancies? He's gonna probably end up promoting some of these people within. Is he not?
In the sheriff's office, it looks like the count that we have recorded, he had 10 vacancies, but we're in our larger departments, we always have vacancies. And that doesn't necessarily mean that we have the position count that we need. The skill sets aren't necessarily interchangeable, and we're always going to have vacancies in the county.
Never mind. I disagree with you, so I'm not gonna sit here and argue about it.
Aaron, could you run through really quickly the list of the ARPA things that were previously on our list that we would be taking money from, so that I just can get my mind around that?
yes, let me pull up. $640,500 from air purification systems for county campus buildings. Let me give you one little quick caveat with that. Some of these projects were put in place and based on their eligibility to spend ARP dollars. So originally, there wasn't some of the avenues that we've been able to take advantage of to turn these into ARP enabled. So one of the big ones was air purification for COVID type, bacteria and viruses, and trying to filter that out.
Just to clarify that, there's more ways to legally spend it now than there were then, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. $28,911 for cybersecurity improvements and audiovisual upgrades.
What was that?
Cyber.
No, what was the figure?
Cybersecurity improvements and audio video upgrades.
28.
So that mostly has been utilized already. The $28,911 is left over. We've done a significant backup project for our digital computers or digital assets. Was part of it. And then also this system in here was used some ARPA funds.
Was that left over because we got what we needed without having to spend it?
Yes.
Okay.
50,000 has just not been touched at all, and that was particularly for personal protective equipment. 64,267 of administrative and reporting expenses. That again was a good example of one that was originally put in there in an effort to find ways to spend the money and reimburse ourselves. But now it would be better allocated to something else since it's ARP
Okay.
enabled. The 500,000 for the mobile medical outreach unit. 300,000 for the portable shelters. And then 250,000 for a community improvement program through planning.
What was that last dollar figure?
250,000 for the community improvement program.
What was the figure on the shelters?
300,000.
Thank you.
The mobile medical outreach, is that, I remember we talked about that. Is that one we don't feel like we need at this point?
Correct.
They were saying use lower cost options like trailers or something.
I believe
Two
they
of
were
us
able
over
to-
here using our calculators.
I believe they were able to use some of other ARP funding to obtain some of those trailers already. Just not, it was ARP funding to the state through DHHS that came to the county as like a subaward. We were subrecipients. It wasn't our direct funding.
That puts us at a little over 1.8 million if we did reallocated that.
But in order to, I would like to subtract about 391,000 of that to get to add it to our list of identified projects, which is the EMS radio replacement,
Okay.
the air compressor to be utilized by the fire departments, the cardiac equipment for EMS, and then 380,000 for Parks and Rec. So all of that less what is currently available is we would need to reduce that 1.8 by $391,294.
So a little over between 1.4 and 1.5.
Well,
Yes.
I think you need to consider too, that the command bus is gonna cost more. He just stood here and said last year the price was 1.5 or 1.6.
1.2, and now it's 1.5.
Right, so.
We could use
we
fund
need-
balance for that.
So
if
we need
to.
another
Yeah.
300 or 400,000, 500,000.
But if we did this, that puts us a lot lower on what we would have to pull out of fund balance for to so. And then if the command bus came in, we could use fund balance for, I mean, that's one of the reasons we pay cash for things.
Do you have other questions, comments?
I think that,
on
I just
that?
wanted to make sure I knew what was on that list because it went through so quickly a minute ago. I was trying to write it down and I couldn't catch it all.
Yeah, moving on.
Okay, here's a quick review of our opioid settlement funds, showing what was approved for this year and what we've recommended for next year. They're by and large similar with the exception of with the community paramedicine program and how we see it developing. There will be less of the settlement funds going forward. Christian recovery centers, because this is going to be the first full fiscal year of operation of that agreement is going up. We're recommending the funding of the ERA program with it at $243,000.
Well, my question is, who's overseeing the ERA program now? Didn't the
Inmates.
person's no longer there, right? The director?
Have they hired yet? Yeah, they have hired a replacement.
And so she's certified to do Because we didn't see her qualifications. I had no idea. There was issues over there with the ARA program, and we've never been even updated about the ARA program.
I'm sure they would have recruited for and hired an individual with the credentials they needed for it, but we'll get that information for the board. And were there, if there are other questions, we can actually ask them to come to be on a regular meeting agenda if the board so wishes.
You
I-
don't want my comments, so I can move on.
I do have one quick question, just going back to your, what we just spoke of moments ago. You identified 1,833,000, but then we took 391,000 off of that. That leaves about 1,442,000 in there. So that leaves us not coming up to this goal by about 507,000. How much in lapsed salaries will we have, or do we currently have as of, I think you said April the 30th? What was the lapsed salary number that we have?
While he's getting that number, I'll just remind the board that finance makes projection, when they project the fund balance, they look at things like lap salaries when they're making their projections. And I also like to say from, Aaron's a CPA. I'm not, I'm a manager. And in my mind, whether we use ARPA-enabled unexpended funds or general fund balance, it's really the same to me. It's still really taking some funds that are non-recurring and applying them to recurring costs. So if we take this route, it would reduce what we would need and perhaps eliminate additional funds we would need to take out of what we call fund balance, but it's still one-time money.
Yeah, but he's
Either
gonna
way,
work.
so it doesn't matter. I'm
I'm
just saying it doesn't, as manager, it doesn't matter to me if it's ARPA enabled or if it just comes out of what we call fund
But
balance.
he's gonna work
otherwise.
that out of the budget to remove the reoccurring things that we put allocated for and move that to non-reoccurring allocated out of the general budget. So that's my understanding anyway. So that addresses that, I thought.
So based on April 31st numbers, my projection of lap salaries at the end of the year, including adjustments for PTC8, Helene and Debbie, is approximately $6.9 million.
$6.9 million.
Correct.
So finding 507,000 wouldn't be too difficult. out of
So-
that.
When you find 114 with the two library positions,
You in that
we don't
library.
need them. We really don't need them.
So I would, for
What?
that, we could fund one-time costs.
Sure.
But some of that adds up to things like major position retirements and the time it takes for recruitment, or, some of it is truly large vacancies. But then some of it also, like, for example, a big portion of that is social services. So like 2.5 million of that, but at a minimum, half of that also is a reduction in revenue. So because we have to request reimbursement based on actual work performed of the time sheets. So,
Yeah. Cool. Good.
Any other questions about that or about the settlement funds?
Well, I hope they all realize when they all quit coming in and we don't have any more, that they're not gonna get all that money they're getting now.
Right now, we are trying to project it out that if we keep these projects relatively stable with a reasonable inflation, they'll come close to lasting the term of at least the settlement funds, which is 18 years, 17 years now. That'll definitely be an issue whenever these funds completely go away. But, and I also will point out that there is based on the timing of the settlement funds, there was a large influx of cash on the front end. But I would caution you against spending it all now, especially with these type of recurring expenses, because you'll run out of funds.
Yeah.
For these programs that seem to be recurring.
Seems logical to me to increase services, not cut them, when we're still growing like a weed. When you got 9,000 people a year moving into the county, and we're looking to cut and cut and cut until we're gonna be a third world county with no services. Not making sense to me, but go on.
How are you cutting that? I didn't say anything.
Taking away everything. All his money was designated for certain things.
Oh, well,
Why?
yeah, but they've already, some of it's already being
I-
purchased.
I'm okay with cutting the 640.5 for the air purifiers. Even the 500K for the mobile med unit, or the 300,000 for the shelters. But we're like grasping, where can I grab $100? Where can I grab this money? Where can I grab that money? Taking away necessary things, if not immediate, in the very near future. Seems to me we're working backwards.
Well, my thing was those positions. I don't think that's working backwards when there's vacancies and we don't have parking for employees or the guest.
Our libraries have exploded over the last 2
No,
or 3
Southport
years.
has not.
That's one.
Yeah, but that's where we're hiring
Are-
somebody.
They're all exploding.
They're not. The one in Charlotte is, yes.
But they're understaffed at Oak Island
No,
as well as.
They can't
South-
be. Y'all, how many have we hired? No, wait a minute. How many have we hired since Patricia has been the director? How many new employees have we hired in the library?
And after that, can we move on to the enterprise fund budget?
Considering this year's additions,
Which that's two, right?
they're at 28. Budget. Steve, when did you start?
I started in January 22, the budget was pretty much set when I arrived.
For fiscal year 23? The libraries were at 20, so 8 positions.
We don't have, I mean, that ain't, how many libraries?
Again, I think we're reaching for straws here. to
Well, I
cut.
disagree with you,
It's
but-
$114,000.
But I can move, I'm moving forward. I'm just one vote.
Mhm.
Part of that cost was restoring or mostly restoring the service hour cutbacks that we had during the Great Recession. So part of that was really just to get our service levels back up to where they had been before they got cut.
Well, I know Southport can't have that many, well, you can't even go down there during the day and get a parking place. And they're all, people are shopping, they're not in the library.
Okay, all right. Here's the overview of the preliminary recommended budget for the enterprise fund. Top line numbers in the water fund, we're looking at This year's approved budget for revenue was 46.6 million. And we think it's gonna actually be about 56.3 this year. And the recommended budget's in between there at 48.3 million. The revenues have increased by about 1.7 million due to growth in the water base. And again, we're using a conservative number for taps and connections, and capital recovery and transmission line fees are budgeted for existing debt service that's connected to eligible projects, and the remaining funds will be appropriated and transferred to capital reserves as received. Our expenditures, as originally budgeted in the water fund, were about 47.8 million. Looks like we're going to be actual about 52.5 million. Our recommended expenses for next year are 49.3 million. Here we have the breakdown in the recommended budget with salaries at 9.7 million, fringes 5 million, operating costs 15.3 million, repair and maintenance at 3.8 million, capital outlay 3.7 million, and debt service at 11.7 million. The recommended personnel increases are $134,333, a meter reader supervisor and a customer service representative supervisor requesting utility billing. And those costs are actually broken down between water and wastewater based upon the retail customer breakdown. We're asking for one additional vehicle at $31,500 and 15 replacements that total $707,500. $235,000 each for 2 replacement dump trucks, $160,000 for improvements to the meter room and equipment storage, $90,000 for an additional hydrovac, and $130,000 for a replacement excavator with attachments. Other costs, $495,000 requested for a rate study, an integrated water master plan with hydraulic modeling, and a regional biosolids facility study. We're anticipating an $850,700 increase for purchasing raw water from Lower Cape Fear based on predicted flows and the anticipated rate of 48 cents per 1,000 gallons for that raw water. Something else to note, a third, 33% or $949,000 of utility billing department cost will be allocated to the wastewater fund, leaving 67% in the water fund. This is based on the prior fiscal year breakdown of retail customer. Debt service is going to be consistent with the current fiscal year at about $11.7 million. There's a reserve for neighborhood system improvements, $1 million set aside. And if this is approved for a pay-go transfer, that would mean there'd be a total of $3.5 million available. The net asset appropriation is $3.3 million as compared to $4 million that was approved in the current year.
When you say 2.5 million and 1 million, what are you talking about with this neighborhood system improvement system? Those projects?
Those are funds that would be set aside that could be used toward expansion projects.
Okay.
Is that the Bill Penix list? Is that what we're talking about?
Well, yes, and we're gonna be having a presentation at another meeting about how the program has run and maybe more importantly, how we recommend you might want to tweak it before you actually begin selecting projects to move forward with it. I know $3.5 million sounds like a lot of money. It is a lot of money, but when you're talking about water line extensions, it isn't much money at all. Okay, here's a chart of current and projected growth in our water customers. If you look at the out years as compared to the actual, you'll see we're continuing our conservative philosophy there. Nonetheless, you know, in the very significant growth in the last 5 years, and we certainly are projecting significant growth going forward. But we would much rather tell you we have more customers than we projected than less and revenues. Okay, jumping over to wastewater. Our budgeted revenues this year were 37.6 million. Looks like we're gonna come in quite a bit higher than that at 59.1 million. Our recommended draft is 44.1 million. And this is from growth in our customer base. Again, we're being conservative on the revenue side. And same notes that the capital recovery and transmission fees handle existing debt service for eligible projects, and the remaining capital recovery fees will be budgeted and transferred to capital reserves for eligible projects. On the expenditure side, this year's projections, 39.6 million. We are anticipating 44.9 million for next year in expenditures. You see salaries, fringe benefits, the operating costs continue to increase, repair and maintenance, capital outlay, and debt services, the constant. The increase in the personnel costs, we're recommending 7 additional positions, a GIS analyst, a project manager that would be added mid-year, 3 collections, mechanics to expand each crew by 1, and 2 positions mid-year for the Mulberry plant as it's completed. Capital, 18 replacement vehicles at $739,000. Other capital, $500,000 for a 30-ton boom truck, $235,000 for a replacement dump truck, $575,000 for a hydro excavation truck, and $436,000 for spare and replacement pumps, and $180,000 for storage building improvements to better protect our equipment from weather. Capital for the regional facilities, almost $608,000 for the Northeast Regional System, $280,500,000 in the West System, and 6.2 in the OIB system. Our operating costs include $300,000 for an integrated water master plan and $120,000 for outside services to clear utility pipe rights of way per the state requirements for such clearance. Again, the same note that we had under the water fund, about a third of utility billing will be allocated from the water fund to the wastewater fund. And just to make it clear, this means our past practice had been to allocate all of that cost to water. And in really looking at
Mhm.
how that lies, it makes sense to allocate it proportional to the customer base in each activity. Again, our debt service is relatively flat. Pay-go transfers, 4.4 million, which is a few $100,000 less than last year. And it's for biosolids, and we can't use SDFs for that. And the net asset appropriation is 4 million, which is about $1 million less than in the current year. Again, customer growth, you see, very significant this year, and we're projecting it down to a more conservative number there, but still quite significant growth in that customer base.
I mean, are those numbers, whenever you say conservative, with the growth numbers that I'm seeing in the communities around me, how in the world does it drop that low?
That is 75% of the last few years' average.
Okay.
So that's just the methodology that I've
Alright.
used. I don't disagree that it likely will, but
Yeah, all those expenditures that I saw on the last few slides, how does that address the overabundance of affluent that we need to get rid of? Where, how is spending all those funds gonna fix that problem before the state fixes it for us?
These are primarily for operating and maintenance expenses, not expansion expenses.
Okay, so that's coming then.
We're gonna have
Okay.
CIP next. Yes, sir. Okay, other considerations, the timing of any capital projects could change. And we continue to apply for federal and state assistance for any eligible projects. And certainly we'll continue to do so to the extent that some of those sources are some of the things that appear to be on the federal chopping block. Because most of the quote state end quote grants we get are actually money that has come from the federal government. Okay, here's where we start looking at some of the proposed expenditures. Of course, you know, we've already committed at the Northwest plant. These other items here, the Navassa improvements, Southport meter replacements, the Southeast area improvements. When we get down to the industrial tank really for both parks on 74, 76 West of about just under $8 million. Continued working towards the raw water reservoir here, anticipating expenditure of just under $1 million next fiscal year, and then we'll begin the development of it going forward. System improvements, right now we're proposing $2.5 million for next year. And again, just the transmission projects already begun for Northwest to Bell Swamp, excuse me, with the bulk of those expenditures still in FY27. The water lines in the Shallotte system or the asbestos, that concrete that is problematic, be the majority of that work or at least the first phase of the majority of that work's going to be on an FY 27. The Bolivia area water project is scheduled. The Longwood Road is scheduled for next year. And the on-site water for the Mid-Atlantic Industrial Park is scheduled for next year. See other improvements there along Northwest Road and Highway 87 in FY 27, and then additional expenditures, at least in the Highway 87 in FY 28. Everything else here on the horizon at present, 211 rehab and replacement, Bell Swamp rehab at 28 million on the horizon, Oak Island West connection, almost 5 million. Bell Swamp to 211, a $73 million project. Pumping station number 9 rehab, 22 million. 211 to Shallotte project, almost 37 million. Southwest area, 9.3 million. Gilbert Road, Old Lennon, almost 6 million. Highway 211, water main extension, 2.5 million. And the well field asbestos concrete pipe replacement, 9.5 million.
I'm glad it's on the horizon.
Yeah, I'll be long gone. So let me ask you a question. When it says like, pumping station rehab at a cost of 22 million, that's not expanding, that's just updating, right?
It's basically rebuilding it.
Yeah.
These things have a shelf life, and you can sort of patch them up for a while, but eventually either you get new motors, or the motors are rewound, and new pumps, and typically improvements to the enclosures also.
Like the Bell Swamp rehab, which is how much? $28.5 million. Isn't that project fairly new? I mean, since I'm in office.
John could better speak to
Yeah.
that than I can.
Sure. Thank you, John.
Yeah, so this project would be rehabilitating the pump station that was built in the mid-80s. And so there've been a number of expansions to that. That's the, if you go down Highway 17, there's a Bell Swamp tank. It's a
Yeah.
big ground storage tank, but that was built in the 80s. And so we'll have to do a pretty significant rehabilitation. And it's basically replacing that pump station and adding some additional capacity when we replace it.
Boy, these numbers are bigger than my social security number.
Is that a 2 million gallon
More than
wet
school.
well, or whatever you call
I
it,
mean, it's less than
at Bell
school.
Swamp?
It is true. All of it combined is the
No, that,
cost of a school.
I think that's a 6 million gallon.
It's 6 million,
6
okay.
million gallon tank. I have to check on that.
That's no problem.
Well, I do appreciate the projects coming back, the neighborhood project and the other one, so it's good to get those moving forward. I'm glad y'all included those. And that's a lot of work here. I hope you've got staff that's gonna be around a while, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, here's our chart of the sources for all this. It's the next couple of years, good bit of capital reserve funds, debt proceeds in 27 in particular, some grant funding next year, and some in 27. And then you see the pay-go amounts for each year. And a big chunk of that grant funding is the legislative directed grants we received. Okay, and in wastewater,
That's just
uh,
more.
Mhm.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
that's okay. The sewer for the Mid-Atlantic rail park, the industrial park, is almost $4 million. And then the Southport grinder conversions, 1.1 million. The biosolids processing facilities, 17.7 million. The Bolivia bypass transmission force main, was, 12 million. The Ocean Ridge reclaimed water main would be 2.5 million. The preliminary stages of the Northeast force main, transmission main, the north portion, is in 26 and mostly in 27, and that's $24 million roughly. And then the southern transmission main, is about 2.7 million over the 2 years. And then the West Brunswick Regional Plant expansion, is mostly planning and design money, 1.7 million in 26. And then, about 165 million, in 27 and 28. So that's part of the answer to your question, Commissioner Thompson, about where the affluent's going. And yes, it's obviously a significant cost. And then some new transmission facilities, Midway Road to Clemens Road, is already committed and underway. Then Clemens onto the plant. We're looking at about 12 million in 27 and 28. On a West Brunswick influent force main in 27 and 28, a little over 3 million. A reclaimed water line in 26, 27, 28, that's about 68 million combined. 87 sewer force main, 350 in 26. Sewer lift station rehab and upgrades, $1 million in 26 and 5.7 in 27. A 74 parallel force main project for 1.8 million in 26. And then our other projects are 28 and forward there. So, hefty capital improvement plan, 43.2 million in 26, another 59 million in 27.
Are we looking at any rate increases to cover any of this?
We don't have any scheduled at present.
Think maybe we might want to look at it?
I'm sure we will. And Aaron, do you?
We're
have-
looking at well over $100 million over the next 2 years. This is just wastewater?
Yes, we'll likely, we've got a budget for a rate study, but it's best done in conjunction with whenever we get some final costs with these. So that way we don't have to increase it once and then increase it again with the same justification.
You mean new development's not paying for this?
If you will remember the discussion when we were looking at the SDFs a year ago, in the best case scenario, the way the General Assembly wrote the rule book for us, development can't pay for more than 75% through SDFs. So 25% of the at least 25% of the cost end up on the current rate base.
Okay, and so where are we at today? Are we at the 25%?
Well, with the
I mean, are the developers paying 75% of this cost?
with the increase that you have previously approved that will go into effect July 1, we will be at 90%, we'll be at 90% of the 75%. And we left a little bit of allowance there, if you remember, because if we overshoot the other direction, we owe people money back.
Yeah.
But you'll
Okay,
be
so we'll be at 90% of the 75%.
July
I think I
1.
remember that discussion.
Yes, sir.
Which is still gonna leave a big number.
Big hole,
On
a
us.
big hole on this. And
It's-
that starts in July.
The second phase takes place in July. Yes, sir.
Well, maybe we ought to bring it back up and get the other 10%.
That's up to the board. It said we built the 10% in as a margin of error. But you could, at least on the face, you could go higher and still be within the statutory requirement.
I'm,
And we're picking up 35%
yeah,
of this project.
the current residents. Yeah.
Yeah.
And if I live in a town, am I paying even more? I mean, do they tax something on to
That's a
the
good
municipality?
question.
I don't live in a municipality, so.
I don't either,
They
and I'm
tax
not
him?
I'm not on the sewer either, so.
My whole city isn't also
Okay.
a tiny portion.
Well, hey. Yeah, I mean, I would be willing to have the discussion again, but holy smokes, that's a big ticket.
Yeah. There's over $100 million in 2 years.
Yeah. Well,
Okay, because of the way that's calculated, we're probably at 68% or so as we are. Because we've gone within 90% of the 75%. And
Right, so we're picking that up.
so we're potentially picking up another 7.5%. Not 10 extra percent, but 7.5, probably.
I'm not sure I understand your math, but I'm
I don't know,
okay.
way I'm seeing.
I'm
it,
okay with knowing that I'm paying more. How
The
about
way I'm
that?
seeing it, we're picking up about a third.
We're going to be picking up a little more.
Than a third.
We're going to be picking up about 67.5% when we put the new SDFs in. Whereas 75% is the maximum we could. So we're picking up 32.5% instead of 25%.
Okay.
Wow.
So how do we increase the rates? What are we gonna do?
Have to come back before us again.
If you want us to bring a new proposal back
I think you should, yeah.
to you,
Again, I don't want to get into a situation where we're kicking the can down the road and then all of a sudden you're gonna come to us and say, holy smokes, we got a problem.
Yeah.
And we're gonna go.
This
into
isn't
debt.
as much situation of kicking a can as somebody throwing cans, but we'll
Well,
we'll talk
the
about
thing
it.
is, this is his planning money that we're talking about. I mean, if it's not there, we're not gonna
Yeah.
give it to him.
Yeah, where are we gonna get it?
Oh, it would probably be there, but it ends up that the customers pay the difference
Yeah,
out of their
where was that?
rates. The existing customers pay
And
a
what,
third of the expansion cost.
and how does that make sense? I mean, if what I got today's working, but we're gonna add so many more customers to it, so we got the increase.
And it falls on the ratepayers.
Yeah, and then.
The 25% you need to speak to the General Assembly about because
I know.
they wrote the rule book for us.
I know.
And they didn't ask
Well,
us.
and I think that's another route for us to take too, to be honest with you. You know, so,
Okay. All right.
not saying that everything that comes out of Raleigh is right, so. I mean, I respect
Everything
it,
that comes
but-
out of the county ain't right either, so.
Yeah, so.
I could say that's because it isn't Chapel Hill, but I won't.
Yeah. We know what we'd be getting there.
Okay, here are our proposed fee changes. The EMS rate changes. You can see the different service codes, and no, Steve doesn't know what the individual codes are for, but
Who's Mike?
fortunately, we have staff that do, and these are the proposed changes for each of those. In building inspections and CP, these new at-risk permits that we didn't have a rate for, we're proposing $2,500. And the reactivation of an expired permit, our current practice had been to go back and charge the full cost all over again. And we had discussions with staff about that, and recommend that those reactivations of permits that really are only an administrative change just be $100 rather than $1,000 or $5,000 or whatever the original permit cost was.
Well, what is the at-risk permit?
Neil, you want to take a stab at that? Right, Brian
Really?
can.
Basically, knowingly not having any zoning approvals or anything else they need in order to get a CO, the builders are able to use an at-risk permit to go ahead and get a building permit to start building. And it's at risk because at the end of the day, if they not able to comply with everything else after they already started, the risk is on them.
I will add to that, though, there's only certain things that you can do an at-risk permit. So you can do like foundation is pretty much the most common one that we see is so people can get started on the foundations of their buildings at risk.
So why is it so high? Why would it need to be 2,500? If I was just gonna do the foundation, I don't know. I don't know why 2,500 was set.
I don't know the answer to why.
Well, I have a question on that, so y'all get me back with some information on that.
Okay.
You
we
explain
will.
the at-risk permit one more time, just to make sure I fully understand exactly what it
Okay.
is.
I don't know off the top of my head what they're able to start building on. I think it starts with a foundation and then they're able to continue. But the at-risk part is they can ignore all other regulations and get a building code to start building solely according to the building code. And then in the meantime, after they start building, they're gonna have to ensure they're in compliance with zoning and utilities and everything else in
Yeah,
order
but
to
they're
get
gonna
their
be
CO.
inspected. They'll still be inspected, correct?
After
Yes.
they built it.
No,
But let's
no.
say they built it and then they're within the zoning setbacks.
Yeah, but they're
Well,
still
that's the
gonna be
risk they're
inspected
taking.
as they're building it. They're still gonna be inspected.
Well, maybe
Correct?
not by zoning.
So, yeah, well, the zoning,
Are you
mo-
talking about the fee itself? I I don't know what's involved in the fee. I'm just saying the at-risk portion is they're gonna get started and they're able to ignore every other department out there.
But they still have to be inspected by the inspectors. So they're being inspected.
For
I-
building code
Yeah,
purposes,
but
yes.
the only thing you're talking about that is at risk is the zoning part.
Well, if they build it inside the setback, the entire building's at risk.
So basically,
Move the whole thing.
someone could apply for this permit, get the building code, build something that then planning comes and says, you can't have that building where you built it.
Right.
And then they could theoretically have to move the whole building or something. So I wonder if it's set high enough to make them do a double take before they do that.
What,
That would make some sense. You know, my understanding is when you're going through through a permitting phase, there's a lot of different people that are taking a look at it, right? So fire's got to look at it, building inspection's got to look at it. So you're enabled with that risk to go ahead and get a little bit of a jump up on those things. Yes, it still does have to be inspected, but if, you know, let's say that fire's taking a little bit longer in their review process, then we would go ahead and say, okay, you're going along with this process, but you know that's going to take you a little bit longer. So that's why people are doing it, to kind of get that jump up. But obviously in the perfect world, we would prefer everything to go kind of in the standard process.
And another example would be your septic permit. You can start before you have that in hand, and if it doesn't perk, you know, it's on you. And I will,
just can't see somebody doing a septic permit for $2,500, so.
but I will add that this is required, that, not the fee, I have nothing to say about that. But we are required to provide at-risk permits now by statute.
Okay.
Okay.
And we will get you the details of how this recommended fee
What
was
was that
computed.
example I gave? I called you about somebody wanted to do something. I forgot which.
Yeah,
one.
yeah, it was the other week. We had a gentleman who wanted to get started with some things, but in that case, it was kind of going through the fire review there. That was kind of extending out their period of time there. So he wanted to go ahead and go through that process. Now you have to come in and apply for that at-risk permit. It's not like, okay, I can just go out there and start doing my foundation already without
Right.
bringing anything to this office.
Oh, that was ARC3
That's right.
gases.
That's right.
We have a couple of individuals in this county who think that because they were born and raised here, they could do whatever they want and they don't need permits.
No, no.
Mr. WK for one, okay, we've had issues with over the years. So he has been known for starting a project, and then we catch him and say, where's your permit? And I don't need a permit. I'm born here. You know, and now we have to go in. Would that then become an at-risk permit when we make him do something?
No, sir, that's a
different-
different
yeah.
At
situation.
risk would be knowing on the front end.
Yes.
But I can't figure out why, because we've done all you know, Dave, when we were doing the health department stuff, you know, 10 years ago, or whatever, we were looking at how much does it cost to do an inspection? And how do we do our fees? And I haven't been in it long enough to be this time to know, but the point being is, if it costs us $2,500, I get it. But if it doesn't cost us $2,500, I can't figure out why we're charging this high rate. And
I think it
that's
needs
what
to
you-
be different from from a building, a commercial building, different from a septic tank.
Yeah, I just don't understand why the cost.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This is a building permit.
This is just the building permit
See, this
itself.
doesn't include the.
It
septic.
doesn't, this is
Okay.
separate from septic.
Okay.
And see, I think ARC would be an example of it. Because they wanted to start the building, they were waiting on a hazmat engineer to, explain, I guess, where their bottles, but they have never had it anywhere across the state before, so this is the first time they've ever had to deal with it. And they're building out on 74, 76. So that was a business coming, and they've been held up. I just, 2,500 is probably good, but I think the circumstances would have to reflect some of the cost. I'm not sure,
Well,
because it depends on what they're like this, him waiting for that. I don't think he should be charged anything to go ahead. because he's already got his plan, it's been approved, everything's approved except for the fire situation with the bottles.
Yeah, we can get some, I can get you all some information about what kind of triggers at risk, how many we've done, kind of gets you some background information on that.
Okay,
We'll get you
yeah,
details and I, depending upon some actions the General Assembly may or may not take, we may all be at risk if all permits have to be finalized in 90 days.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, in fire inspections, we have things that have been taking more significant periods of staff time in fire inspections that we haven't been charging specific fees for. So they've requested to add $100 fee for those, and one requesting to go from, that we did have an existing fee to go from $75 to $100. Again, a lot of areas that we haven't charged a fee, and they're proposing a $100 fee.
Does other counties charge all these fees?
I think the answer is some do and some don't. I know that's not a good answer, but I don't think there's, that it's uniform across counties. And, you know, in many cases, municipalities are the people that would charge similar fees.
The fire hydrant fee is $1,000. What is the deal with that? Because I mean, I don't know if they still do it or not, but I mean, when I was on the fire department, we used to go out there and do our own tests. We had to go down there and figure out the flow and also pressure and all that kind of stuff. So we had to record every 6 months and grease the fittings. So this is $1,000?
That's under fire plan review, it looks like, which would be a little bit different. Cause it says 2 sets of fire hydrants, so I'm assuming that you have, that falls under the
Yeah, that's,
review process.
That-
So it's a little bit
that's-
more technical, knowing the loop and the pressure.
Oh, is that to put them in, I
Okay, that
guess,
makes
right?
sense.
that's
Okay.
the fire plan review fee.
Okay.
And
That'd be like for developers
we
and
mentioned
fire.
earlier, we moved some staff in the fire plan review, and we couldn't cover their costs where they were, and we potentially can.
Well, you got required construction permits, which is under fire inspections, and then you got required operational permits.
Right. And that's because of, in many cases, annual inspections going forward, but this specific fee is fire plan review fee.
What is a plant extraction system? That sounds like a shovel in dirt. What is that?
I don't know, but we can find out.
Where's that?
What's that?
Plant extraction system. That's like
79,
something my wife would make me do.
middle ways after nightclub.
That does sound odd.
We'll find out.
Whew, it's cold here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, in Parks and Rec for program activities, we have some recommended fee increases. In almost every case, even with the changes in fees, they are not covering the cost of these activities.
Some of that Japanese and some of that is vaccine.
Then we have a long list.
Hey, wait, on that statement. So we're providing programs,
Mm-hmm.
and these fees aren't even covering the cost of the
amazing.
program.
Oh,
Are we a charity?
We're,
At least cover our nut here?
if we charged the actual fee for a lot of these,
Let that one
we
go,
would completely price a lot of the youth in particular in Brunswick County out of the programs. I mean, the actual cost is dramatically more than what you see here.
But we do buy books and all this other stuff for the library. They get people going there all the time, use everything. That's a lot of money too.
On the health administration, can the chairman read each one of those individually out loud? Just kidding.
I can. Yes, I can.
Oh, only if he'll also explain what it's for.
Yeah, an RSV monoclonal seasonal, I have no idea.
Request withdrawn.
Well, I was expecting him not only read it, but to explain it.
I do not wish to hear that. Yeah, I don't know about most of those. Reasonable.
I think it's getting late.
Yeah, but I think we're getting tired too.
I think so. And then we got
Got a meeting.
I think we got another meeting coming up.
Okay, all right, we'll tell him. Let me back up here a minute. I was just informed back here on page 77 that we're going to have to replace this schedule for you. This recommended fee is at the 150% of Medicare, not the 250. So we're going to need to redo this slide for you. Okay. That's again, page 77, and we'll get that done promptly and let you see what the individual ones look like. We've told you the impact, but okay, again, health administration, we have another page of these, some of which you may know what they are, and if you're like me, some of them you probably don't.
Most of these we can't change anyway.
Yeah. There's a lot we
They're
can't
pretty much-
pronounce.
They're pretty much standard.
And a third page of them.
What,
And-
on this one, what is limited food establishment? What is that exactly being added?
Yes, sir, I'll take that one. That's generally a permit fee that the state establishes. So if you look at the fee is set by General Statute 248D2, that's us just having in there, so we're able to charge it locally.
It looks like the only thing being changed is adding the limited food establishment. What is the distinction between that and a temporary food
That's a
establishment?
one-day permit?
Yes, all of these would require a permit. They are just different type of
Okay.
mobile food stands, mobile food units. There's even a hot dog push cart that falls in different types of categories. And so there's very specific rules on a mobile food unit, for example, versus a limited food establishment permit. Limited food establishment permit is like something we would do down at 4th of July Festival, where they're setting up all the units. We go down there and inspect just in time. There's different rules for that than actually a food truck that is able to operate at any time.
Okay,
And so this just establishes that fee for that process.
thank you.
Yes, sir.
Steve, you'll appreciate this one. Was it yesterday or Saturday, Marty, that Springfield,
Barbecue.
yeah, brought us a boatload of chicken and barbecue to
It
the
was
fire
yesterday.
station. Was yesterday, right?
Golly. I've
And
never
the-
seen
and
this
the
in
ladies,
my life.
the ladies in the kitchen are saying, we can't eat that till we get the health inspector, because it was, and Marty went in and said, start feeding these guys. They're
Said, "Can you-"
starving.
Then I
Stop that
then I
nonsense.
called David, I
Our
said, am I in
former-
trouble?
Our former health inspector's in the other room. Just do it.
Just do it.
Well, to be clear, unless you're preparing and charging for the
Right.
food, there's no permit required.
So,
That's totally different.
It was,
on a Sunday afternoon.
they were all standing around. They wouldn't eat or anything else. I said, let's eat. I said, blame me. Then I called
Get in
you.
your home kitchen.
It's not a good idea to get in the way of hungry people.
Dude, not firefighters either.
We'll add health inspector to your list, Commissioner.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Bring that hat.
Health dynamics.
You might not get to eat.
No, I got out of the way and let him eat.
I know, but I'm talking about if he brings in a health inspector.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we have some proposed utility fee changes here. The first one is not a change in the fee, but a change in the definition of what service the county will provide for that $200 fee. And then here you have the
Already approved.
capital recovery to fees, the SDFs we were talking about earlier. And then we have the breakdown here of where they were a year ago, where they moved January 1, and where you have approved last year where they will move July 1. And the recommended fee is the fee that would represent 90% of the maximum allowable fee, to the best that we can determine what that fee is. And this is the transmission recovery fee, which works the same way. And then for commercial, it's done rather than based on bedrooms, based on the flow that the statute requires we use to calculate. Then in wastewater, we have service repair fees, which is new, and this is repairing things that have been damaged by someone, not normal wear and tear, but something else has happened. And you also, we discussed this back, was it in the workshop or a later meeting? But I think you told us to go ahead with this on the wastewater repairs. And then we've got the wastewater SDFs, or capital recovery fees.
This service repair, would this include the cable company that drills through all lines?
No, sir, that's more of a liability that they have to pay whatever it costs to fix it.
Hypothetical, if customer X lives in a neighborhood and their HOA has somebody doing work that cuts their line, does the HOA pay or does the customer pay?
I think generally the customer,
Is there a way to attempt to bill that to the person that actually did the damage?
No, then the county would end up being involved in the liability of who was responsible and whatnot, and whether it's the HOA, the HOA's contractor. So typically, I believe we place all fees on the account holder, and it's their responsibility to make sure the appropriate party pays.
and this is the same on the SDS for wastewater, and that commercial is based upon the flow rates as mandated by the state. And per bedroom for the residential piece. Now, time for, I've tried to take notes on everything you've asked for additional information from us, but if there are other things you'd like to bring up at this time that you'd like clarification or have further comments or questions. That's what this slide's for.
Can you explain that to us?
Do you
No.
have numbers for this?
Hey, I will share with you, I got information about the fire code stuff. All of those are mandatory operational new fees associated with the new code. The new code takes effect, January 1 of 26. It's every 6 years on a 6-year cycle, so they'll be switching to that. And the plant extraction is actually a process that facilities do where they extract either oils or fats using solvents. So
Okay.
it's something that's very
Oh, yeah.
technical and has
Mhm.
to be reviewed, so.
Yeah.
It's, and in addition to the fire, the fire flow of the hydrants, it is a one-time thing, but you have to have 4 individuals that sit there and monitor the whole loop for the hydrant, so that's why it's more challenging, more costly.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Well, I just want to say thank you to all of the work you guys have done on this. I know this is a long, challenging process, and especially trying to reconcile 5 divergent opinions from up here to put together a final product. And, just a couple of thoughts I had. I mean, I think I made my position on trying to, how I thought we should try to fund the request without raising taxes pretty clear, so I won't rehash that. I'm good with the fee changes that are proposed. I would not be inclined to want to raise system development fees again, given that we just finished phasing in what we did. We can revisit that next year if we need to. The only 2 fees that I would have questions about were the at-risk permit thing, as far as the amount on that did seem a little exorbitant, and the service repair fee, I understand the need for it. I would just would like to know more about how we came to that figure, just because of the example I mentioned. If, the homeowner is at no fault, they didn't damage it, and Joe Blow contractor in their neighborhood damaged it. That's my only concern there. I understand the need for it. It's just, if that happened in a neighborhood where you've already got a bunch of people on fixed incomes, are we putting them in an untenable position? So that's just my only concerns on the fees were those 2.
Lonnie?
I think we've hashed everything we can hash. But I can tell you this, we've all kind of wrangled with it. Every one of us, we've wrangled with it as hard as we can. So, and it ain't over yet, but at least we've gone a long ways today.
One more thing I meant to say, Mike, just, we've got 5 different ways of looking at this up here. And to me, I don't take it personal when folks up here agree with me or disagree with me. I mean, I've agreed with something every one of the other commissioners have said today, and disagreed with something every one of them have said. And that's how we get to a final product, is hashing out all of our different ways of looking at this.
I think I pretty much have said my feelings, but I'll send you an email
Okay.
updating it. And, there was something else I was gonna add, but took my train of thought away. If I think about it, I'll tell you, after everybody else speaks.
I think it's obvious we have 5 different opinions. Me, I would approve the recommended with the 0.5 cent increase in a heartbeat. I think it's the way to go. Obviously, I have others that completely disagree with me. I'm leery and I'm worried that we're not looking forward. I just think what's gonna wind up happening is next year, all this stuff is gonna come right back, and then we're gonna have to try to figure out how to do it next year. I think particularly if we're gonna play politics here, it's a non-election year. If you did the 0.5 cent, like I said, the average home is $20 a year. I don't think there'd be a whole lot of pushback on it. Want to keep in mind that next year, there will be a school bond. We don't know the total number yet, or dollar figure. The following year is rebound. So there's a lot of things coming up in the future. And I think we ought to be looking forward. But I'm gonna go along with however the vote goes. We'll see where it lands. Anybody have anything else they want to add before I ask for an adjournment?
No, I just appreciate the work that staff,
Yes.
has done, especially
Absolutely.
going along with us today on the roller coaster today.
Yeah,
It's,
absolutely.
it means a lot
Yes.
for y'all to come back as quick as you do with some hard decision numbers
Yes.
and things. So I appreciate that. And I see certainly the expertise in staff being able to do that. So thank y'all for that.
And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to say, we again very much appreciate the support that our leadership team and our whole staff receive over time from the Board of Commissioners, and ultimately, certainly any direction that the majority of you direct, we're going to run with it and do the very best we can to implement it.
With that all being said, somebody say,
Move to
Adjourn
adjourn
it.
the
Second.
special meeting.
Quick question, before you do that. I saw on something,
Oh, I
matter
do
of
have
fact, it was
one
in
more
the book or on
question.
the slide, are we gonna have another budget discussion?
Oh, yeah.
On the May the 19th.
Whenever it
In
is.
June, the
Oh,
first
June
meeting,
something.
It said May the 19th.
June 1st or something.
presentation in May, but then I think a follow-up workshop in June. is what it
There's the
said.
potential for an additional workshop if you want.
Right, if need.
Let's leave it on the calendar until we have a chance to digest all this.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
'cause I'm
June
not
2nd.
sure, I'm not really sure how y'all are gonna be coming back to us with the information that we talked about today, if we're gonna do away with the tax increase.
Would that be at that June 2nd meeting?
Well, what we'll actually try to do, we'll look at all this, and in essence, my recommended budget may change to reflect what of this makes sense. And then even after I make a formal presentation in 2 weeks, then if that looks like something the 5 of you are comfortable with, then we could potentially go on without a workshop. If it still doesn't look like it meets your expectations, then, we can always change it up to the moment you adopt it, I guess is what I'm
So
trying
you're
to
gonna
say.
make this revised budget during our regular 6 o'clock meeting in 2 weeks? During that
Yes,
meeting or
you'll
before?
get the formal budget presentation on May 19th, and it will incorporate some changes based upon your feedback today.
Okay.
Okay,
Cool.
I do have one more question, are you finished?
Can we see about on that, May 19th, scheduling the after action group that afternoon?
Oh, at 1 o'clock.
Well, maybe at 3 o'clock or something.
Okay, 3 o'clock
I,
would be good.
I think probably so. Let me make note of
Yeah,
that.
if
so
we
I
can
won't
check on
forget
that
it.
and you just come back to us on
Yeah.
that, because we need to wrap that up. I think the survey is in and we had a good number.
Ooh, great.
1,500. Wow.
That's awesome.
Wow,
That
okay.
is awesome,
good
yeah.
deal. So,
My question is, I noticed on the monthly, financial report that we have 85 million in exemption for builders. What does that actually mean? Builder exemptions. Is it 85 million?
I think that's their incomplete inventory or incomplete and unsold. Yes.
Yes.
exempt.
I'll get something to you.
Huh?
I'll get something to you before the next meeting.
Okay.
make sure you share it with all of us.
The gist of it is, there's a statute a few years back. and
Right.
If builders are holding on to property and not turning over, there's an exemption in there. I just need to look up.
I thought it was 5 years. That correct? Oh, you don't know. I was just wondering, I noticed that it was 65 million and then this coming year it's gonna be 85 million. So how are we keeping up with those years?
We did,
I'll talk to you.
yeah.
So that, I was just curious. Are we allowing some of them not to pay taxes and it's past 5 years or whatever the time frame is? Anyway, I was just wondering.
Somebody finally want to say?
Move
Thank
we
you.
adjourn the special meeting.
A second?
Second.
All in favor?
Ah.
Aye.
Adjourned. Ready on the left? Ready on the right? Everybody up here is good? Call to order the Brunswick County Board of Commissioners regular meeting for May the 5th, 2025. Commissioner Thompson has said he will do the invocation and pledge.
Father God, we come to you this afternoon just full of the joy of just being in Brunswick County, Father. We ask that you be with us this afternoon as we deliberate over business of the county. Provide us with the insight and knowledge necessary to make the proper decisions, Father. Father, we also recognize that today is National Fallen Firefighters Memorial Day. Father, we remember all those, especially with this past weekend's events in Boiling Spring Lakes, Father, that we're just very fortunate to have those individuals that risk their lives to protect others, Father. And we also want to say a special prayer for those in all the public safety fields, Father, that go out and work every day to ensure that our community is safe. And we always want to remember, Father, those that have given the utmost, and that would be our veterans and our fallen veterans who have, Father, allowed us the right to have freedom to actually be here this afternoon to conduct the business of Brunswick County. We ask this in your holy and precious name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Thompson. All right. Adjustments to the agenda. Stanley, you have, or Steve?
Mr. Chairman, we'd like to add a second item to the administrative report related to a veteran services grant.
I'll move approval with that change.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Let me make this notation. Okay. This part where we move on to public comments. Each individual that comes up gets 3 minutes to say what they want to say. Please understand, this is not a back and forth. We will not be answering. This is your time to tell us your concerns. At most, we will direct staff to look into it. So first name on my list, Albert Harrison. Welcome, Mr. Harrison.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me and hearing me. I'm the individual that was interviewed with WECT a couple weeks ago. And we're talking about the water in the Leland area. And I'm still concerned that when the media asked whichever representative that talked to them about the what was being done or if everything was even being considered, what I heard was that a nonprofit had received a $20 million grant and they were trying to do something in some areas of Brunswick County, not the area I live in. But I didn't hear anything about the county planning to do anything, considering anything, or if we're even being considered, if the water situation in my area is even being considered. And as I told you before, I became a resident in Brunswick County, February 20, 1945. And so me and my family and the family before me, we were all here for all these times, paying taxes and serving. I served in Vietnam. I served in areas of the county. I work here in this county. And I think, since I risked everything, obviously I risked everything when I went to Vietnam. For those of you who have never been off the war, ain't nothing you can see on television or in the movies that will prepare you for being in a war. Well, that's where I was. 13 months and 26 days, I was U.S. Marine in Vietnam. I believe that I deserve some consideration. And if the media ask y'all again what is being done or if anything's being considered, I would appreciate if I could hear somebody say that the county is considering something, not just a nonprofit. I'd very much appreciate that. And because I think that I have served well, I think the water here has been detrimental to my health. I think it's detrimental to my wife's health. In fact, my wife, we're going to be going to Chapel Hill on May 14th to get her left kidney removed. We believe that the water has been detrimental to her health and is still being detrimental to her health. So I thank you. I appreciate your time.
Mr. Harrison, what is your address?
7748 James Way, Northeast in Leland.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your service, sir. Marilyn Shapiro.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Marilyn Shapiro. I live at 329 River Village Square in Charlotte. As a Brunswick County Library Board of Trustees member at large, I wish to thank you for your continued confidence in and support of our Public Library Director, Patricia Du, through your approval and consideration of many of her budget requests for our Brunswick County Public Library system. She is a professional gem for this county. In addition, I'm concerned with the federal initiatives to completely eliminate the budget for the Institute of Museum and Library Sciences, IMLS, the only federal agency dedicated solely to supporting America's libraries and museums. This funding allows state libraries to extend core services to public, school, academic, and tribal libraries in every community. These services include the North Carolina Cardinal Online Catalog and Resources Sharing System, local grants in 24 public libraries and 12 academic libraries, and improving digital skills through the North Star digital online tool. Libraries are resilient, but they're only as strong as the people who speak up, show up, and vote to support them. Commissioners, I urge you as one of your library trustees to contact our government representatives, as I have, on behalf of our Brunswick County Public Libraries, to continue our funding on a federal level. This is crucial and should not be political. As stated by Henry Ward Beecher, a library is not a luxury, but one of the necessities of life. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Shapiro. Okay. There's one there. All right, approval of the consent agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I'll move approval. I sent an email to all the commissioners with a couple of minor suggestions on item number 3, the contracting and purchasing policy. And if no one has an objection, my motion will include giving staff the direction to include those technical corrections in that item. Anyone have an objection?
I'll second that.
Okay. I need a second.
Randy second.
Did you second? I just heard, okay.
He very quietly seconded.
He really did. I didn't hear it.
He did second.
All those,
key this afternoon.
really? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Mr. Chairman, I failed to mention, I don't know if we have it on the agenda, that forestry's here and will be ready to give us a briefing at some
good.
point during the day.
Okay, cool.
So add it to.
We want to make it number 3 on presentation. Everybody good with that?
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Unanimous consent
Good.
request.
Number 3, forestry. Okay. Moving on, 2 presentations. Code Administration, Mr. Slate, you coming up? Or did we just want to go in with the proclamation? Did you have something you wanted to say first?
Yeah,
Okay.
if that's okay.
Okay, sure.
Good afternoon. Appreciate you allowing us to do this. Just so you know, this is the first time that we've recognize May, not internationally, but within the county. So we're excited about it. So on behalf of Brunswick County Code Administration Department, I respectfully request that the Board of Commissioners issue a proclamation declaring May 2025 as Building Safety Month in Brunswick County. Building Safety Month is a national observance recognized by the International Code Council that promotes awareness of the importance of building codes and the professionals who implement them. In North Carolina, we follow the North Carolina State Building Code, which serves as the standard for construction and safety across our communities. Each year, this month-long campaign will highlight critical themes such as disaster resilience, sustainability, sustainable development, code official education, and public awareness, all of which are vital to maintaining safe and secure environments for our residents. We believe this proclamation will help promote public awareness of the role of building safety in everyday life, recognize the hard work and professionalism of our code officials, fire officials, permit technicians, and our building community. Encourage community involvement in safe building practices, highlight the importance of North Carolina State Building Code in protecting life and property. And we would be honored if the board would approve the proclamation for the month of May, and we certainly appreciate your support for building safety and recognizing our community.
Thank you, Michael. Commissioner Cook,
I go ahead and read it.
please do.
All right. I just happen to have here a proclamation. How it got framed, I have no idea. It was presented to me, to you.
Let's bring the employees that will be receiving this. Come on up.
Yeah, we've got our fire staff, building inspection staff, and most of all, our CP staff here today. So
How many inspections do you do a month?
Average 510. No, 510 a day. To multiply that by 22.
How many is that a month?
1,100, 11,000 inspections a month.
Brunswick County Office of Commissioners proclamation designating May as Building Safety Month in Brunswick County, North Carolina. Whereas Brunswick County is committed to recognizing that our growth and strength depends on the safety and essential role our homes, buildings, and infrastructure play, both in everyday life and when disaster strike. And whereas our confidence in the resilience of these buildings that make up communities achieved through the devotion of vigilant guardians, built right here, building safety, and fire prevention officials, architects, engineers, builders, tradespeople, design professionals, laborers, plumbers, and others in the construction industry who work year-round to ensure the safe construction of buildings. And whereas these guardians are dedicated members of the North Carolina Building Inspectors Association and certified by the Office of State Fire Marshal, who are experts in the built environment to create and implement the highest quality codes and standards to protect us in the buildings where we live, learn, work, and play. And whereas these building codes and standards include safeguards to protect the public from hazards such as hurricanes, snowstorms, tornadoes, wildland fires, floods, and earthquakes. And whereas Building Safety Month is recognized by the International Code Council to remind the public about the critical role of our community's largely unknown protectors of public safety, our code officials who assure us of safe, sustainable, and affordable buildings that are essential to our prosperity. And whereas each year, in observation of Building Safety Month, people all over the world are asked to consider the commitment of improving building safety, resilience, and economic investment at home, in the community, and to acknowledge the essential service provided to all of us by local, state, tribal, territorial, and federal building safety and fire prevention departments in protecting lives and property. Now therefore be it resolved by the Brunswick County Board of Commissioners to hereby proclaim May 2025 as Building Safety Month and call upon all citizens and businesses to acknowledge and thank the building officials, fire officials, and permit technicians for the selfless work they perform every day in keeping Brunswick County a safe place to live and grow. Proclaim this 5th day of May 2025. Mike Forte, Chairman, Brunswick County Board of Commissioners. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move approval of this proclamation.
I have a second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations and thank you for all.
Come on in here. Tighten up.
Amber, where do you want us?
You guys are perfect, right?
We've always been perfect, right?
And I just want to also say that, Michael Slate's, church brought out a lot of food to BSL, to the fire yesterday and helped.
Yes,
feed a
they
lot of
did.
people. So appreciate that as well. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank
for all
you.
guys do.
Thank you.
Just gonna wait a second for them. Some are leaving. All right, utilities, Mr. Nichols, come on down.
Mr. Chairman, he has a neck time.
I noticed. It's gonna cost us some money.
Yep.
Never know if you'll need it, but I don't need it tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Back in.
John, I'm sorry. To the employees that just received the proclamation, you don't have to stay for this whole meeting, because why would you? Again?
Unless you lost the bet.
Hey, you're welcome.
We don't blame you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Good call.
Give me 1 sec, John. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to interrupt you.
You took away half my audience.
That's true.
They were here to speak against it, so.
All right, John, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Back in September, we presented our source water protection plan to the board. It was a draft at that point in time. No changes were made to it, so I'm not going to go through the entire presentation, but it is to protect the source water for our Northwest Water Treatment Plant. We've made revisions to it, and by law, we are required to certify that it's been revised and the water system's governing body has been advised of the revision. So this is the purpose of this, is to advise you of the revision and to request your acceptance of the source water protection program plan, also known as a source water resiliency and response plan.
Chairman,
Everybody get that?
I will move approval. And also I'd like to point out that Tim Holloman from the Lower Cape Fear Water and Sewer Authority is in the back. And a big part of source water is making sure that water from upstream actually makes it downstream and doesn't move to another basin. And that's something that Tim and John and the others constantly monitor. Or upstream utilities desire to take our water and move it out of the Cape Fear River Basin into other river basins. So that's probably an unstated but important part of this, but I'll move approval.
Second.
I got a motion. I have a second. All those in favor? Well,
Aye.
any discussion? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Mr. Holloman, thank you for being here. All right, this was added to our agenda just before we started. The gentlemen from Forestry are here to give us a little briefing on the events of the weekend in Boiling Spring Lakes. And as somebody who spent about 34 hours there this weekend, thank you.
Yes, sir, definitely. Want to start off, thank you for letting us come here, and I want to introduce myself. I'm Alan Matthews. I'm the new Cape Fear Area Ranger. Only been in the position for probably less than a year. As we know, the fire started Friday, and we worked through the weekend on it. Currently, it is at 1,369 acres. I would expect that number to change as they're out there, getting a more accurate map on the fire. We have it at 10% contained right now. We also have 73 people with the incident management team assigned to the fire. So everything's been going good from what I've been hearing on the radio today. So I don't know if y'all have any questions for me or.
Do we have any questions?
I do.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And I heard your title, you're our regional ranger?
The area ranger, I cover Brunswick and New Hanover County. Yes, sir.
Okay, so Brunswick and New Hanover share a lead ranger.
Yes, sir.
So how many rangers do we currently have here in Brunswick County?
Currently, we have 3 assistant county rangers, a smoke chaser, and 2 equipment operators. We do have 2 vacancies, one of those being a ranger and an equipment operator.
Okay, so we have a total
Of 9 people.
of 9 people, and that includes you.
Yes, sir.
Is that any different than what we've had, say, 5 years ago?
No, sir. Well, within the past 5 years, we have lost 1 equipment operator position. The biggest part is most of my staff has less than 2 years of experience.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
Do you need, do you need someone to advocate for you for Brunswick County? Do you see a need to increase your staffing level here in Brunswick County with what you went through this weekend?
So I wouldn't say staffing necessarily needs to go up. It's just time. It takes time to train
Okay.
people. Yes, sir.
Okay,
And we get a lot of support from the district. So
okay,
people are only a phone call away. Yes, sir.
very good. That's all I had. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I do. Did you ever get a weather report on Friday and Saturday as far as what the winds were doing? Because, I didn't make a call, nor did I have a thing check the wind, but I didn't do it, but it was really kicking on Friday, and somewhat on Saturday. Did we ever find out? Cause my stepbrother recorded winds at 61 miles an hour. I think it was on, Sunday or Saturday evening. I only got like 16 miles an hour where I was inland, but did you ever get a wind, amount?
So it was definitely in the upper teens, lower 20s.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And as we know, we have those south facing beaches. So in the afternoon, when the sea breeze kicks in, it tends to ramp those winds up. Yes, sir.
Okay, and the other thing is, what do you think the prognosis is for rekindling? Because as we were of the understanding, it's gonna be burning underground possibly. We've got some hot spots kick up and that kind of thing. What's your prognosis with respect to that?
Yes, sir. So on the west side of 87, there's a lot of organic soils
Yeah.
that are several feet deep. And in the moderate drought that we're in, we can expect those to be smoldering for a very long time.
So when you're saying organic soils, you're basically meaning fuel.
Yes, sir. It's fuel.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Right, so how long do you think we gotta wait till we really know it's out?
Something with a name on it. Yes, sir.
Well, we hope it's not that long.
Yeah.
The other thing is, I was really surprised the amount of rain. I mean, usually I didn't anticipate the rain to be that profound as to what it did. I mean, I came back on Sunday and it was like, it wasn't, but it was all but out. I mean, comparatively to Saturday, it was just amazing. Did y'all anticipate that response from the rain, or is that, I mean, it was kicking pretty hard on Saturday, so.
Yeah, so we thought it was going to rain. We were in touch with the National Weather Service out of Wilmington,
Yeah.
and they were keeping us informed on what it might be. I measured 0.6 of an inch right there at the fire, so it definitely helped. It bought us a lot of time. That way we could get in there with our equipment on Sunday and get lines around everything.
Yeah.
Because that's what we were running into Saturday. It was just burning too hot for us to get in there and be effective.
Yeah, I got just under a half inch and I was just stunned at how effective that was. So
Yes,
just
yeah, it was very-
miraculous though.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you for all your your work that everybody's been doing. We really do appreciate it. We were watching you guys, just amazed. I mean, it was a joint effort. So many people came together to make this thing work. I think we had like 270 people. I think that
On
was.
Saturday, it was 274. I was
Yeah, it
told
was-
yesterday was
there was
what,
a bunch of us, yes,
180?
sir, from
Almost 180 yesterday.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
a lot of folks. So thank you for all you
Thank you.
did. and
From
thank
like
everybody
5
else.
counties surrounding.
Yeah.
Sheriff's Department, Emergency Management, Red Cross, everybody. It was a group effort. So,
Indeed it was. Yes, sir. Thanks again. Appreciate your
Thank you.
service.
yes, sir. Thank you.
I have one
Yes,
one
ma'am.
thing. I noticed you sent out an email, or somebody sent out an email from the Forestry Service. I'm not on that email list, and I don't know if the others are either. So is there any way to get us on that list when information is sent out by y'all?
I can pass that up to Miss Carrie. She's our PIO.
Okay, because I don't know who got it here. I don't think.
I was
you-
on it.
Oh, you were on it. But
I don't know. I somehow I saw it. I don't know if it was forwarded to me. or
it
if I
was
saw right.
forwarded is what
I
we
think it was
saw.
forwarded to me.
Okay.
Frank, you have anything?
Thank you.
Alan,
Thank you.
I was there all weekend. Can't thank you enough. You guys, you slayed it. So thank you. The fact that we did not lose one structure, 0 injuries, other than the knucklehead who grabbed the muffler on a generator. That was not,
Yes, sir.
I had nothing to do with the fire. Can't thank you enough.
Yes, sir. That's what we're here
Great
for.
work. I live in Boiling Spring Lakes.
Oh, yes, sir.
I was just outside of the fire zone. But I know that the citizens of Boiling Spring Lakes truly appreciate everything that you did.
Well, we appreciate their support too.
When I
They've
went
been
out
very
just
supportive.
before this meeting, I talked to the mayor and I was told that there was 2 very minor flare-ups today that you could have put out with a bucket.
Yes, sir.
So thank you.
Yes, sir. of
You're
course.
to
Thank
be
you.
commended.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good
All right, administrative report, Steve? Wait, we do not have any kind of public hearing, right? Okay. So what you got?
Recent agreement, 2-year agreement from 2023, and in fact, the second renewal of similar agreement. The appropriations and grant funding that we have received from the prior agreements have been very impressive, and we've received funding in many multiples of what these fees are. Essentially, the retainer fees are $125,000 a year or $250 for the 2 years, and then out-of-pocket expenses are additional. And I would say in this turbid environment, this sort of arrangement's probably even more important than in the past, because not only have they helped us get appropriated funding, but former Congressman McIntyre and the folks at the Ferguson Group have assisted us in locating and getting grant applications written and funded. And I think that's going to be even more critical now that funding is more limited. And Congressman McIntyre would have been here today, but he indeed had to be in Washington today.
Makes sense.
To say it's the base amount is the same as the prior agreement.
I know this is critical that this gets done today. That's why it was added. You guys don't mind? I'd like to make a motion for approval.
I'll second.
Forte and Thompson. Any discussion? All those in favor, please
Aye.
signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye,
Nay.
4-1.
Thank you.
All right. We approached other business and
Got the
discussion.
veterans
Well-
budget that we added.
Yeah, the veterans
It was added.
service.
Not on.
Hey, Mr. Chair, I'll take that one. We added it right before we started.
Right.
It's another
Write it
late
down.
arrival. There was a grant we applied for a month or so ago from the North Carolina Department of Veterans Affairs, and we received the grant Thursday, and so that's why it's a late addition. It has a turnaround of today, and so the request would be for the amount of the grant, which is 18,288.97, to be able to grant the authority for Mr. Stone to sign for that grant. It's no match. The funds would be used for office supplies, equipment, and educational materials to promote the services of Veterans Office.
I'll move approval.
I second it.
Williams and Sykes. Hold on, let me write this down. Any discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
Motion moved. And other business?
I have one thing,
Mm-hmm.
if nobody else has anything. And these are, make this as a recommendation As y'all may recall, several meetings ago, I brought up the fact that we were in a critical position with our county fire service. And I feel like that the matter needs to be addressed in the best interest of public safety. Recently, I requested the fire administrator to conduct an evaluation of each department within the county, determining the staffing levels for each district that would be necessary to establish a basic operations for a 24-hour period. I have also shared this information with the manager, requested that a cost figure for each district be for accomplishing the staffing at a standard level to protect the citizens of Brunswick County. Upon completion of the staffing evaluation, that a cost analysis be shared with the county administration and the county commissioners. I would also like to request that this be done prior to June 16th so that we can consider the 2026 fiscal year budget. I'd like to recommend that we consider moving forward with providing a standard level of staffing for every department in the county, which we are nowhere near today. My suggestion is that we make a one-time allocation from our fund balance to cover the cost while we study a future funding option that would cover this expense moving forward. I would suggest that the county administrator be tasked with ensuring that staffing requirements are met in each fire district. For municipal run departments that have county covered areas, I would ask that the fire administrator evaluate the general staffing cost to ensure that the county residents are paying proportionally for the service provided, and would not include departments supporting EMS services in the county areas, whereas the county has fully funded paramedic service. If a municipality would like to choose to move from a fire fee to a fire tax, upon request, the county would evaluate setting a new rate for the county areas within their response district, if the county so chose to do so. The county has been extremely fortunate that our lack of fire response personnel operating in each district hasn't created a disastrous situation for our residents. Now is the time to act on this matter. Additional delays would only result in additional risks to the residents. And so I would put this forth as a recommendation to the to administration to come back with a suggestion or a recommendation following these items that I've outlined.
And just I guess a comment and a question on that. I think certainly we need to look at fire service. It's obvious that there are challenges there. You are in the final stages of a budget. How much time will this take on top of what you're already doing? And is the turnaround requested doable to get good information in the final stages of doing our budget for this year?
I think the fire administrator can probably give us enough head count information that we could, it's not going to be a fine tooth approach, but I think we could have a global number we could plug into the budget.
And just in terms of fire funding long-term, the way I had this conversation with somebody the other day, and I wasn't going to bring this up today, but since we're talking about it, the way I look at it, each fire department is a tree, but the county is a forest, and we need to make sure that the forest is organized and planned out the way it needs to be. And sometimes you have areas that don't have enough trees, and sometimes you have areas that have too many trees. And sometimes the trees in an area maybe need to do a better job of sharing resources than they currently do. So those are all things to look at long-term, but I think that whatever solution we come up with on this has got to be well thought out and thought about for unintended consequences too, because we don't want the solution to become the next problem if we can avoid it. So I'm certainly open to considering changes, but I want time to think about them and not feel rushed in looking at proposals.
You got anything?
No, I think I've already told staff my opinion about the fire departments, so I think they pretty much know where I stand.
Marty?
Well, having served on a number of fire departments through my life, I have to say that across the board, I have always been encouraged at the professionalism and the dedication and passion of the individuals that are currently serving. And they've always tried to make up for any kind of gaps, be it, if there's like only 2 people serving or whatever during a certain period of time, they will do it. They will rally to the cause. And they have mutual aid. They have all these things. I'm not against or opposed to anything as far as looking at it, but like Commissioner Williams said, I'd like to make sure that we do, anything we do is, doesn't have any unintended consequences associated with it. The other thing is, things may sound good, but they may not actually be good. In other words, sometimes people would make it seem that, well, what we have right now is disastrous and possibly people are at risk. I don't believe that's really the case. People are at risk at any given time, regardless of whether you live in a municipality or you live in a rural area and they only have a limited number of fire departments, or if you've got a great number of it, you're still at risk. But the point being is, we're always trying to make it the best that we can possibly make it, not only what we have here, but working toward the future. So not opposed to it, just want to be like, Commissioner Williams just stated, we want to make sure we look at it in detail so we do not have any unintended consequences as a result.
I just spent the last 3 days watching what was almost miraculous. People came from Onslow County, Horry County, every surrounding town.
Stanley County.
Duplin, Sampson.
Yeah.
They were all there. I have a whole new respect and regard for our fire departments. I saw true heroism. There's no other way to say it. I don't want to sound corny about it, but guys were unreal. To give them a month to look at this, knowing that as soon as this budget is over, we are going to start attacking, changing from the fire fee to the fire tax. So this, if anything, should be done next year. So we have the whole, almost a year, or at least 7, 8 months to have our ducks in a row. I sat here for 6 hours today listening to everybody pick apart a budget over $1,000. And now you want to spend who knows how many dollars to do this. I'm quite confused. Everybody's trying 2 million here, 4 million there. Let's take the money from this project. We don't need to do that. And now it's, oh yeah, let's go spend money from the same people who were picking apart the budget this morning. I'm not a fan of this idea at this time. I'm all about helping out these fire departments. Things are going to change next year when we go to a fire tax.
Well, I
So-
do have a comment when you get finished, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I have some agreements with Commissioner Thompson because I have requested information now for some time. But however, the fire service for the county and with the cities, there's got to be a lot of communication and discussion. And we have to come up with the figures we need first before we can have that discussion. We also have fire districts that are overlapping. And there's a lot of things to look at, not just going to a fire tax. So at this time, I am not in favor of the fire tax until I see everything out front. I'm not going to say we're doing it next year. However, I also know that there's some fire departments that don't need to be ISO rating 2 or 3. They could be a 4 or 5. And that's when Randy was talking about the basic cost of a fire department. I'm fine with that. So there's a lot of things to look at when you're looking at a fire department, and you have 19 municipalities that you also have to consider. So this is going to take time, and I prefer that 2 commissioners on a committee discuss it, look at it, bring people in and get answers to a lot of questions. But I requested that back almost 6 or 8 months ago, and it still hadn't happened. So, but I am not in favor of doing a fire tax until everything is resolved.
Any other discussion?
Just one comment. Obviously, we had an interesting weekend, y'all did, especially those of you who were closer to the fire. And, we're used to hurricanes. We're not used to fires. And I don't know that we need to do as an in-depth of an after action as we're doing for PTC 8, but it will be good after the fact, now that the dust is settling, to look back and say, is there anything we can learn from that? Because obviously it was different. It was concentrated in one part of the county, and it was just different than what we're used to dealing with. And And if it happens again, how can we be better than we were, even better than we were this time? And
Absolutely.
It was good, y'all, they did a great job this time, but we can still learn from it.
And I got one more thing. Just remember, whenever I talked about, and the fire administrator and I had in-depth discussion about this, just know that today, as good as our fire departments are, and they're as good as gold, they'll do anything in the world for you. And they'll show up, and they'll show up in mass numbers, because currently today, we have to send as many as 8 departments to one structure fire to make sure we've got enough personnel there to go inside. And what I'm asking for is for us to consider a basic assignment of staff, 4 people, so that they can actually, when the fire truck arrives at your house, they can actually go
out the
inside and
fire.
fight fire or save a life. And today, we do not have that in the majority
That's
of our
correct.
rural departments. So that's the only thing I'm saying, and we can wait a year. I did mention this several months ago, so I hate that it's gotten down to this point in the budget without being addressed yet. But once I realized I got the budget and it's not addressed, I honestly believe we need to move on some type of protective action to ensure that we're supporting our fire departments, to ensure that they're providing the level of protection that our citizens need. And that's the only reason why I brought this up today.
Any other discussion?
Move to adjourn.
Yeah. All those in favor?
I
Aye.
We are adjourned.